Off again, the board, or we're okay? Can you hear me? Hello, hello?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I think it should be okay now.
Okay. Welcome back. So that was a temporary bloop. I think that my microphone wasn't working, but we seem to be working again. I am definitely having mic issues tonight, but that's all part of the fun and games of live streaming. So I am really excited to be joined by Sarah from Whisky Nomad, who has kindly agreed. Hello, Sarah. How are you?
Hello. Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm still alive.
Yes. How many hours have you been doing this now?
We started at 11 o'clock, so we're over halfway,
Awesome.
which is good. So we're getting there. No, it's been really good, and it's been really fun, and we've learned so much, which has been incredible. And I love doing these things, even though by the end of them, my staff want to kill me. Billy and Ortis will want to kill me. The guests want to kill me. But it's such a great opportunity to learn and to bring the world together, because you're traveling through the time zones, you're talking to different people, and it's a really great atmosphere. So thank you for joining us today.
You're welcome. It's an honor to be here.
And we talked about this panel first 6 months ago almost.
Yeah, we were going to do something separate, talking about women in whiskey, and then we decided to roll it right into this event, and I'm excited.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really good talk. Do you know what? It's really interesting. We've got 2 sessions back to back. We've got this, and then we're going to a second session, and we're going to be talking about indigenous distillation, and what kind of became a theme to me as I looked across both and the history that we know is that women, indigenous cultures, diverse cultures have pretty much been written out of history.
Absolutely, yeah.
And, it's the work of people like, there's some amazing female historians. Actually, Fred Minnick.
I was going to say Fred Minnick did Whiskey Women, and that was a big one.
Big, but no one had even mentioned that actually women, from the time began, it wasn't men that were brewers or distillers. The men were in the fields. They were, out working, and it was the women. It was seen as a woman's role because it was seen as something that was done at home.
Yeah, I mean, the majority of distillation was done at home. It was just done with your leftover grain. So, where's that grain going? To the kitchen? What is the woman doing in the home? Cooking. So they're the one distilling naturally.
And, the more you dig into it, like they say that actually the first person to use or create a still for distillation of alcohol was a woman.
Yeah, Maria.
Yeah. So the more you look into it, the more there's so many inspirational and incredible women, and not just across whiskey, actually. I think across drinks, full stop.
I believe beer was invented by women in Mesopotamia. They have a historical record of that as well.
And there's more and more, and the more you unravel on it. And what I found also very interesting, that it was a lot of widows that were the ones that actually from the sort of 18th century, 19th century onwards, were the ones kind of leading the fore. And that makes sense because they'd often inherited businesses from their husbands who had passed away. And instead of kind of sending it on to the next son or the cousin or whatever, they were like, hell no, we're going to do it, and we're going to do it better.
I mean, when you've been doing it, right, then you might as well keep going.
Yeah, 100%. And, we see in Scotland, like Bessie from Williamson with Lefroy, you see, both Helen and Elizabeth Cummings, and the beginnings of Johnny Walker. There's just so many names that kind of keep coming and keep coming and keep coming. And, even in America, again, more names of women that were really fundamentally a part of the whiskey industry.
Absolutely. Huge historical context for women in whiskey in the United States. And then, even in modern day times today, we have so many women who are involved in whiskey, like Becky Paskin with the Our Whiskey Foundation, Allison Park and Bren Whiskey, Fawn Weaver with Uncle Nearest. They're all leading the charge for a lot of really important messages, like one being about women and the others being about minorities, and just everything trying to get those words out there and change the way whiskey is perceived in the United States.
But I think also it's not just about being a woman. I've never considered myself a woman in whiskey. I've just considered myself a damn good buyer.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't matter if I'm a woman or whatever. It's more about, I love it. Why wouldn't I have a voice?
Exactly.
And I think that's kind of part of it as well.
Yeah, I wrote an article a long time ago, well, not that long ago, about last year, about stereotypes in the whiskey world for the Whiskey Wash. And I talked about how our brains sort of naturally group things. I mean, we can't possibly be focused on every little tiny detail all the time. So we sort of have a tendency to group stuff. And when that's called a stereotype. So sometimes there's a stereotype that women don't drink whiskey based on perception, and perception is based off of TV, movies, magazines, marketing. And so we kind of had this perception about women not being whiskey drinkers, but really we are. And then vice versa. In that article, I talked about how women also have perceptions of men. That sometimes as women whiskey drinkers, we have started to develop perceptions about how men are critical of us, or they're not inclusive, and that we react based off of our own stereotypes, and how both groups can basically change their stereotypes by changing the definition of a whiskey drinker, just like what you said. Instead of it being women whiskey drinkers or men whiskey drinkers, we can categorize like whiskey drinkers maybe versus vodka drinkers, or maybe versus non-drinkers. And that if we change those stereotypes, those groupings in our head, then we actually eliminate the bias altogether.
100%. And I think it's such an important way of looking at it. It's a really interesting way of looking at it. I definitely want to read that article, because I do think, when I see my journey has very much included men, and who have been hugely supportive of me. I mean, who in the world has Dave Broom as, like someone that's brought them on the journey? And Dave didn't need to spend time working with me. Sakinda, these are inspirational men in the whiskey world, but they're not actually inspirational men. They're inspirational people.
Exactly. They're inspirational whiskey drinkers. Yeah. Whiskey makers, whiskey creators. Yeah.
And I think it's how you bring people on that journey. And how did your journey start? Because I think that's quite an interesting one.
I actually started as a tequila drinker, and then one day I had too much tequila, and I could not be in the same room as tequila anymore. And I felt so sad because I had really loved it as a spirit. So I decided to switch to whiskey for a couple of reasons. One, I could drink it. It didn't taste anything like tequila to me. And two, you could go to a bar, order a Scotch neat, and nobody would give you any sort of grief about what you're drinking. Like, I'm drinking a Scotch neat. Like, I can hold this all night long. I don't have to chug cocktails. I don't have to take shots. I'm pretty hardcore with this whiskey in my hand. So everybody can just leave me alone with my whiskey, all night long. Back then, not a lot of women drank whiskey. So I would chat with the bartenders about, the Willet or the Maker's Mark that I was ordering, and they would educate me. And I just fell into the rabbit hole, as you probably have a similar experience. Like, you discovered that it's an endless deep dive of nerdism, and I loved it. So I kept going. I joined some whiskey groups, which at the time were all older white men. There was the only woman and the only person under 30. And I started running their social media for them, because they all wanted to get on Facebook and Instagram, and none of them had any sort of idea how. So I would exchange photography and social media for tastings. And so I wanted to learn, and I just kind of bargained the skills I had to get there. And I had built up an Instagram account a long time ago when nobody really had a whiskey account. There was like 10 of us on the Instagram back then. And I had about 10,000 followers, which was a huge amount back then. And the guy who owned the whiskey club sort of went under, and then he sold my Instagram. So I didn't own it. I was running it for him, and I was the only one doing anything on it. And then he sold it for a lot of money. And I thought to myself, why am I doing this for everybody else? Like, why don't I just do this for myself? And then everything else was trial and error to the 100,000 followers I have today and the brand that I've built.
And that's amazing. And I think
Yeah.
that's partly tenacity, partly,
Luck.
knowledge and passion and just wanting to go out there and just have a voice. And I think that's fantastic.
Yeah.
I guess mine
I
was
tell
just
people
more
that I'm not a social media influencer. I'm a nerd who accidentally fell into influencing.
which I think actually the kind of the good people on social media, because there's a lot of people that probably shout a lot more than they actually know. But actually, the good thing is that that geekiness comes through, and I think we're all geeks at heart. I mean, at the end of the day, I literally just sat on a panel with Drew and Andrea and
Wild.
Miles, and I was just like, I could just now spend another hour and a half with you guys because we've just started a conversation about oak.
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
not normal.
Yes. I was incredibly jealous of that experience for you. I watched it. It was fascinating.
The liquid wasn't bad either.
Yeah, I bet. So what was your story getting into whiskey?
I mean, I guess I was a little similar. I started in Scotland at university. My father, basically, I was telling anyone watching before that my father basically said, I'll pay for your university tuition and your place to live and basics. But drinking, that's all on you. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to need a job. So I went out, got a job in a bar, working in a pub in Edinburgh. And you're in Edinburgh, you're working behind a bar, you don't drink whiskey, you're chucked out of Edinburgh.
Yeah.
It was as simple as that. I just fell into it, and then I became a sommelier. I worked in some of the top restaurants in London. Was doing more kind of cognacs and grappas, and always had this kind of interest, but it wasn't really until I sort of started getting into the cocktail scene, and that was working for Zuma when we opened Zuma, that I started to actually, it was things like Pappy's, when back in the day when Pappy's was really just insane. We're talking over 20 years ago. But and then it was literally, I joined Selfridges as their wine and spirits buyer, and that's where, like, I had Dave Broom do my whiskey list for me because I was like, I don't know where to go with this. And I'm not putting like crap on a shelf. I'm only going to put the best whiskeys. And he really helped me, and it was incredible. And and that was it. I was hooked. And then now today, sort of buying for one of the biggest whiskey online retailers in the world. So pretty, not a bad life. It's okay. I'm
Sounds
surviving.
pretty fantastic.
But I guess, we probably need a dram. It's, 1:00 almost on my end. I have no idea what time it is with you.
It's 7:45 p.m. on the East Coast right now.
That's terrifying.
That's the
But I guess
perfect time for a dram.
so I thought we'd start with the Glenglassaugh. And we both, when we talked about these whiskeys, we talked a lot about the kind of the women behind them, and that we wanted to kind of hear all that. But also, these are damn good drams.
Mm-hmm.
And Glenglassaugh Sandend is my favorite dram at the moment. I absolutely adore it. And I think, both of us, when we were saying, okay, what are the women that we wanted to kind of hear, I think both of us went Rachel Barry straight off. I think
Yes. I think we tied when we said it. We were like, Rachel Berry.
Yes. Who's getting it? 100%. And I think first female master blender, that's just stop there. That's a mic drop. I think incredible career. Was a biochemist, and then kind of got into the Scotch Whisky Research Institute, and then joined Glenmorangie and Ardbeg, and then into Lefroy and Bamore. I mean, these are not insignificant brands.
Right. Yeah, she's
Yeah.
touched on quite a few of everybody's favorite brands.
And so when she joined Glendronach and Glenglassaugh and Benriach, I was like, okay, that's interesting, because I love Glendronach. I've always loved Glendronach. It's kind of one of those beautiful, big, sort of sherry juicinesses. But the other two, I was a bit like, okay, yeah, okay, I'm interested. Let's see what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're just easygoing. And I then had Sandend, I think, about this time last year. Was it when it came out? It literally just came out as a revival. It must have been maybe June or July. And I was like, what is this deliciousness? I was like, where is this from? And then this is Glen Glass Sandend. I was like, this is 100% Chad, 100%. This is whiskey's amazing. It was just this
Absolutely.
tropical bomb, you know? And I was like, I must have more. But I think she's incredible. I mean, what inspires her about you about her about you? Where am I now? You know what I'm trying to say.
Yes. I mean, I think Rachel Berry is just incredibly well respected in the industry. And I've never met her, but I have a lot of respect for the depth of research that she actually does. I would read anything that she wrote and tend to absorb it every time I find it out there in the wild. One of my favorite pieces of research that she did that I talk about at a lot of tastings actually is the research she did on adding water to Scotch and the effects that different regional waters have on the exact same Scotch. Have you actually read that? I'm not sure.
I haven't. So you're gonna have to just send me a list of articles after this
I
talk.
will. I've got it in a file titled "My Idol Someday When I Meet You. Here are the topics I'd like to discuss."
I love it.
But she basically took 3 different water types, mineral-rich water, soft water, and acidic water. There was plenty of details about like their total dissolved solids or their hardness or their pH, but essentially mineral-rich, soft, and acidic. And then she added it to the exact same whiskey, which I think was Bowmore. And then she, with a panel of people, not just her, analyzed how the different types of water affected the flavor of the whiskey, discovering essentially that the mineral-rich water maybe added like a floral note and an herbal note, and then the acidic water brought out more of a briny note, and the soft water brought out kind of honey and fruit. And then when you do this experiment side by side, you kind of discover that the mineral-rich water was Highland water, the Speyside water, or the soft water was Speyside, and the Isla water, and that those waters from those regions actually contributed towards the regional flavors, which is an interesting part of the conversation about whether or not regionality still exists in Scotland in terms of flavor.
And I think that's hugely interesting. And, it's very interesting because, especially the acidity piece, because in wine, we actually say that, people are saying that there's no sense of minerality in a wine. So you couldn't smell chalk or taste chalk or granite or whatever. I actually am not convinced that's true. But actually, one of the things they're saying is if the soil has acidity and you have a higher pH in your wine, that's what's giving you that sort of minerality, saltiness. And that actually makes sense from what you've just said. And I remember when I was at Selfridges, they thought that the wine and spirits department wasn't big enough. So they also added grocery, which was the other biggest department in the food hall. And I decided I was going to go big on water. I was like, yeah. And I tasted like 50 waters in one day. It was one of the most interesting days I've ever done. And this was at the time when we were talking about water sommeliers and stuff like that. I was like, what's this bull? But it was super interesting, and I think that's fantastic. And I think it does. We talk about it in a lot of countries, and they all talk about their distilleries talking about the water and where it's coming from and how that adds to what they're doing. And I think that's really interesting. And I think who was it? Was it Keith that just popped up asking what we thought about this dram? Well, I put it forward for our whiskey of the year this year, and it came runner up to Loch Lomond 18. But I would have put it as number 1. But it was very close. There was literally 1 point in it. So I'm a massive fan, and I'm glad Whisky Advocates actually put this as their dram of the year, because it definitely deserves it. Sarah,
I mean,
what's
this
your
is my
thought on it?
first time trying it, and I think it's absolutely fantastic. Super buttery, like kind of creamy, and it's really what I'm looking for in whiskeys right now. Me personally, I've tried a ton of sherry, like heavy sherry, PX sherry, Oloroso sherry finish, and so having something that's a blend that's lighter that has the touch of manzanilla in it is just beautiful.
100%. It's about fruit. I think I have this theory that whiskey's becoming what I would call Parkerized, which is a very wine term. So Robert Parker, who was the guy that pretty much put the 100-point Parker scale for wine, and they
Mm.
were big, rich, powerful wines. And that's kind of happening in whiskey. We're going after these big flavor bombs that are just heavy and rich. And yes, you can have one glass. I don't want one glass. I want to
Yeah,
finish the goddamn bottle. You
yeah.
know?
So when you go home, and I know you know because I can see your shelf behind you, when you have 500 whiskeys to choose from, sometimes you just want to go right to this. This is beautiful, refreshing. You can have it every single day, and your palate doesn't get exhausted after the third sip. You're not like, oh my gosh, so much. So
100%.
yeah, I think one of the most interesting things about this is that they use manzanilla. What I read online was that it was described as kind of Highland, that they were going for like a coastal sort of Highland feel in the whiskey. And manzanilla itself is sort of a salinic, briny, oceany sherry. Compared to say Fino, it's usually aged by river, I believe, and that river contributes to humidity, and that humidity adds to what they call a little bit of brine. So I wonder, if picking the manzanilla sherry to blend in with a coastal whiskey that's aged along the shore would contribute towards the kind of saltiness you get in this.
It's really interesting, actually, being a wine nutter, probably more than I am anything else. Actually, what they say about manzanilla is almost more of a kind of old wives' tale. Yes, it is aged by the sea, and there is this, lovely acidity and freshness and brightness. But actually, there is not so much of that saltiness. They've never proven. Sorry, is the wrong word. That there's a salty influence from that sea. In the same way as we say it in whiskey, we're like, oh yeah, it's Asian Isla, so it's salty influence as well.
Yeah.
It's the same principles. What it is actually is it's slightly warmer. So the floor is less thick at times, which gives you a slightly different character, slightly kind of more intense style, which is, I think what we're getting here is that lovely kind of, it is a saltiness because Finos and Manzanillas and Palomino gives you that beautiful sort of salty freshness. But yeah, I think that blend of Manzanilla and coastal is maybe sort of coming together to create what can only be described as goddamn good whiskey.
It's whiskeys like this that make me wonder, did they know that the manzanilla was going to pair well with the coastal influence first, or did they just try it all and then discover it was absolutely fantastic?
Well, I think the only way we can find that out is to get Rachel on the next one.
That's kind of what I was leading towards. I was hoping this was going to be like an Oprah show where she comes out at the back room.
Okay, someone email her.
Yeah, get her on here. Come on. Where is
now,
midnight?
Actually, the perfect segue to the next whiskey, because Desiree is joining us later on the show in the morning hours. So Cardrona, and this is the first time you've tried Cardrona, is that correct?
Absolutely.
I'm dying to find out what you think.
And as a world whiskey drinker, I am super excited about it.
And Desiree's amazing. I think she's, again, really inspirational. And I love the fact that she sort of traveled around the world. I think Dave Pickering, she spent a lot of time with in America, and says that it's been a huge influence on the styles of whiskey, but she still wanted to make them uniquely New Zealand Kiwi. And, I think that's a really interesting kind of way of taking what you've learned in the world to bring it home to then create something unique, but still beautiful.
What would you say is the definition of a New Zealand whiskey or a Kiwi whiskey then?
This is interesting, actually. I genuinely believe, there's two kind of styles in New Zealand whiskey. So I think what a lot of people don't realize is there was whiskey being made in New Zealand. It's not a new thing. We've got some old whiskeys from New Zealand Whiskey Company going back. I think we've got one from 97 that we have online and things. there is some very old whiskey out there, much older, than we probably think in our heads. And so you have that kind of, they were making very big, rich, very heavy kind of styles of whiskey. And there's a couple still following in that tradition today. But I think that the whiskeys that I'm loving the most from New Zealand, that I think really typifies New Zealand whiskeys for me, is these very beautifully elegant, lovely fruit-driven characters. A lot of them are playing with wine casks, and it makes sense there because they're literally making whiskey in an area where wine is grown, which for me makes much more sense because one, they're going to understand the wine they're using, and two, they're going to source good casks that are not going to have to travel thousands of miles to then turn into bad casks, which my feeling on wine cask finishes
as a sommelier, yes,
entire show in itself.
Yes. This is very similar to what they're doing with like Starward, where Starward's only like a mile away from their wineries.
100%. And it makes such a difference. If you understand the wine that you're working with and you understand the quality of the cask, it's all about sourcing the right casks. If you get your whiskey you're buying from a broker that you have no idea where the wine cask is coming from, normally the people that are churning their wine casks through a broker are not people you want to be buying your wine cask from. You want to know the provenance of the wine that you're buying because you can't polish a turd, And there's a lot of bad wine out there. Trust me.
It's a great business motto. It should be right underneath any cooperage or wine sourcing. Yeah, there it is.
So what do you think of this one?
Oh my gosh, it's fantastic. I love the like sort of dried apricot I get immediately.
I think, Desiree, I mean, of course, they just sold the company almost. She's still there. But, I think she's really gone out and been very clear. And, of course, making down in the Southern Alps, you're talking about very different climate here. It's cold down there. So, you've got, yes, of course, warm summers. But when you look at the wines that are made down in that area, they always have this beautiful freshness to them. And I think this almost has that little kind of bright, fresh sort of citrus note just on the finish that's making my mouth water a little bit.
Now, how does that wine compare to, say, like California big, bold, red Cabernet style wines?
So when you're looking at sort of the wines down from Central Otago, you're talking about mainly Pinot Noir, Chardonnay, a little bit of Sauvignon, but it's really Pinot and Chardonnay. And you're getting this lovely kind of bright character because you have got a lot of, it's very far south, one of the furthest south regions in the world, and from a whiskey perspective as well, actually, and southerly distilleries. And so you've got this lovely line of acidity always in the wines and a lovely kind of purity of fruit because of that kind of beautiful kind of cool breezes that are coming up through and also the latitude you're on. So their wines I think are fantastic. And if you think of California wines and you think of whiskeys from California, there's a lot of heat. You've got hot summers, humid summers. You don't have that humidity in the same way in New Zealand. So in the same way as what's happening with a whiskey going in and out the cask, you're going to have the same influence with a wine. And I think definitely when I look at American whiskeys, you get a really big, bold, powerful flavors that we were talking in the last session on. Whereas New Zealand, I think that's where you're getting that little bit of elegance to it because that slightly cooler climate, that slightly less humid climate is really changing the dynamic of the whiskey or the liquid in the cask, which I think is fantastic.
I'm so excited. Thank you for sharing this with me.
Well, there's two here because, the Nicnean have you had Annabelle's whiskey? Or
I have, yeah.
You haven't had ours single cask because this is the single cask. But I think this has this lovely sort of dustiness to it as well. It's kind of a.
Are you talking about the Nicnean or the Cardrona?
Yeah, and sorry, I'm still on there. I was like, I'll talk about Nicnean and then I'll go back to the Cardrona.
All right, I was like, oh no, we're moving on.
We can move.
Yeah.
But I think, again, it's actually, it'll be interesting at the end of this tasting. I think there'll be a commonality between all these whiskeys. That is, for me, when I know a woman has made something, and sometimes I just don't even know, and I'm just like, this is a super elegant product. I think there's an elegance and a balance you find in a lot of wines that are made by women, a lot of spirits that are made by women, that I wonder if we're going to find as we go through this.
I imagine we will.
I think we might. I'm quietly confident. So, saying that, should we move on to the McNeil?
Yes, let's do it. Tequila finish 5-year Highland single malt Scotch.
Absolutely. There, we've done it. And I think Annabelle's journey is also super interesting. I actually like the fact she, like many of us, didn't start in the Scotch whiskey industry. She was working for different companies, but really fell in love with what Innocent was doing, which I think, do you have Innocent drinks over in America? So Innocent are like they were the kind of first sort of smoothies we had in sort of bottles over here. But they were all about sustainability. They were all about their people. They were very, very focused on building a brand that was about the people, the product, the quality, but the sustainability of what they were creating. They were probably one of the first in the market to do so. And she loved that. And she was really inspired. And then kind of was going back and was like, okay, her family owned this plot of land. She was like, I can create a business, and that business could be whiskey based on these principles. And, I think she was really groundbreaking from a Scottish perspective, with a couple of other guys that sort of coming around as well, like Arthur Merkin, on this sustainability. And I think her sustainability credentials have been really, really interesting to watch. And of course, it's organic. This is tequila finish. Are we going to be okay with tequila now, Sarah?
Yes. I have actually I spent about 10 years training myself to drink tequila again. I started with mezcal, aged mezcal, and I worked backwards to Blanco, and I can do it now.
Actually going to ask if you could drink mezcal now, because I wonder, because of that sort of smoky that you sometimes find in mezcal, and the smoke from Isla, or not just Isla.
It was interesting the way I had to retrain my brain, because I knew inherently that tequila was not disgusting, yet when I smelled it, it made me recoil, and I just had to kind of slowly train the brain back to remembering how good it was. And that happened with an Oaxacan old fashioned, very similar to whiskey. And then it moved on to just an barrel-aged mezcal. And then we got into some of the smokier mezcals, and then some of the cleaner mezcals. And then we went to Reposado tequila. And then we slowly transitioned from Reposado to Blanco. And that was through margaritas. Bummer.
You got to take time learning this stuff.
Exactly. Every time I order a margarita, I'm like, this is for science.
Of course. And you got to train your palate.
Exactly. I can't be weak like this. I need to be able to drink this. I think one of the interesting things about McNeil is that they focus on organic and also sustainability, and not one or the other. And it shows just the high level of intentionality that they had to do. I mean, I know it's expensive to care. It's really expensive to care. And it's one of those things that is just really worth respect and worth acknowledgement in this world, is that it's not just making whiskey for the money or to be bought out as a brand, but to do it the right way in all the ways that you can do it.
And actually not just greenwashing. I think there's a lot of greenwashing going on in our industry right now, and people that are like, we're going to say that we're sustainable because we've got some bees on our land.
Or because we feed our grain back to cows. It's like, yes, everyone does.
I mean, this is basic 101 stuff you should be doing anyway now. And I think she's really gone there net zero now, and they're not net zero -2, which, and now they're going, I was like, by that point, I was like, okay, I need to look more into this because I don't really understand. But I agree. I think you're you're right that there's this, they really are passionate about it and passionate about what they're doing. And I think the people that are doing the right things from a sustainability perspective are 360 sustainable.
In every way that they can. Absolutely.
And I think, yeah, sorry, no, go for it.
I was going to say, I know that they source their water from their local hills as well. They do organic Scottish barley. And I think they focus on wine finishes as well.
They have a few. I mean, they definitely, we've sort of looked at some Sauternes ones they've done and things like that. And I think what I always get from their whiskies is this lovely textural quality. It's a very round whiskey, and I don't know if that is maybe something about organics or if it's about sort of the grain seeders or whatever, but I also find it in things like Ardnamurchan and other distilleries that are kind of working on a very sort of local kind of and also organic way to whiskey over in the Nordics. You know, they're organic and they've got this lovely textural component to their whiskies as well. And I do wonder, I mean, I haven't scientifically done anything on this, but you know, it's just something I've been noticing recently, that there's this just this genuinely lovely kind of roundness to the palate, which I think is really, really special and gives it an added layer of dimension.
Absolutely. I think one of my favorite things about this whiskey right off the bat is that it isn't overly powerful in any weird, funky tequila craziness. Like, I've had a lot of tequila finished American whiskeys, and they tend to be incredibly grassy, incredibly weird, for lack of a more comprehensive, specific tasting note. And this one layers that sort of fresh agave citrus note right into the whiskey, and it doesn't overpower anything. It's just like what we said last time, balanced, intentional, with lots of layers of apple and even a little bit of vanilla. I like it.
Yeah, no, and I think that's it. I think you hit the nail on the head. I think when you're doing these cask finishes, and I'm not a fan of whiskey that's been finished. I'm a fan of whiskey that's been aged, not finished. And I think this is our second tequila cask that we've done, and we did one with Kilchoman. Actually, we did a really great experiment with Kilchoman. We did one mezcal, one tequila. And honestly, it blew my mind. I remember when we asked for the samples, as we'd seen Anthony had been doing some sort of more experimental finishes with tequila and mezcal. And we were like, let's just ask him for some samples and see what happens. So Sakinda and I were like, yeah, these are going to be shite. I remember, I think I tasted them first. And I was like, oh my God, these are really good. And so I ran upstairs to Sakinda and he was like, they're shite, aren't they? And I was like, they're really good. And we bottled both. And I remember thinking, actually, it does work, because that citrusy note of the tequila, that green grassy note, just works beautifully with certain. I think they have to be slightly lighter styles of whiskey.
I agree, 100%.
Yeah, that brightness you want to shine through, and actually very interesting. The mezcal worked so well with, of course, the smoke of Kilchoman. But yeah, I think definitely. I think when tequila casks are used wisely, they can be delicious.
And that's true for any finish. Absolutely. Like, it should enhance the initial product, not be anything that covers up anything from the original.
Oh, 100%. And I think that's the danger. I think people are doing finishes because the marketeers have told them that it's a good idea. I remember when everyone was doing these orange wine casks, I put a thing on Instagram and I was like, you do know that the trendy orange wine is not made with oranges. And I literally had people messaging me back going, really? We didn't. I was like, yeah.
Yeah. Just like sherry finish is not cherry finish.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. But no, I'm glad you enjoy this one, actually, because I'm really pleased with it. And we actually don't have any more to sell. We sold out really quickly on this one. I might have a few bottles tucked away somewhere. Who knows?
Maybe right behind you.
It's always good to know the buyer.
We did get a question of where I'm at on the East Coast, and I'm currently in Virginia right now, but I'm actually normally located in San Diego, California, just for
There you go.
whiskey
I'm
lassie.
glad you saw the question. I'm so like stuck on the whiskeys that I completely missed it. Thank you for being a brilliant host of Whiskey 24 Hours. So the next two are your sort of babies that you were like, yeah, let's bring some Americans in. And
Yeah.
I mean, I know Catochan and I know Virginia, but I don't know a lot about the guys behind them. So I'm interested to hear their stories and why you chose them.
Perfect. Yeah. So Virginia Distillery is located near where I'm at. Actually, I'm going to be visiting them tomorrow, which is very exciting. It's in a
Perfect timing.
city called Livingston. I know. That's near the Blue Ridge Mountains for anybody who is familiar with Virginia. The distillery was originally founded by a guy named Dr. George Moore, and he passed away in 2013 kind of suddenly. And the women in his family, specifically his wife, stepped up to the plate and said, we're going to make his vision become a reality, a really wonderful, bold dream that they had to basically continue what he wanted to do, which was bring Scotch whiskey to Virginia. He strongly felt that the Virginia climate and the water would make a very amazing Scotch style American whiskey. So I know they source from the Blue Ridge Mountain, and they use premium malted barley from a variety of different regions, and they have a very traditional copper pot still, very similar to those made in Scotland. I think Forsyth made it as well. Today, that distillery is still managed by Angela Moore, his wife, and then his son Gareth is the owner, and then Gareth's wife Maggie is head of like the experiences, and then they have this absolutely amazing woman who's fantastic. Her name is Amanda Beckwith, and she is their lead blender, and I believe education manager might be in her title. But she has a really cool story, very similar to a lot of us, where she got interested in whiskey. I think she initially emailed Virginia Distillery and asked to volunteer, and they ended up hiring her for sort of a guest experience tour and tasting program to help build it. And today she is their lead blender. So she just kept learning and learning. And George Moore, the original founder, had secured some sort of consultations with a couple powerhouse people that you might have heard of by the name of Jim Swan and Dr. Andrew Shand. And so they still had those three people who then came in and mentored Amanda before Jim Swan passed away. So she was mentored by a dream team and several colleagues to become that blender. And they originally sourced from Scotland, then they did a Scotch American blend, and now they are releasing their own product, which is what we'll be drinking today.
And they very kindly sent this over from America, which was wonderful of them, because I'm very excited because I haven't tried it yet. So,
oh, good. I hope you enjoy it. Courage and Conviction, I believe, was named after a quote by George Moore that he said to have the courage of your convictions. So this is their flagship product named after his most infamous quote. And it blends three of their different casks together. The first is bourbon cask, about 50% bourbon cask, and then a quarter of about a sherry cask and a quarter of a cuvee wine cask.
That is delicious. Again, a little bit harking back to that Glenglassaugh we tried in the beginning, that lovely kind of orchard fruit, a little apricot, some sort of pear, but it's kind of a cooked pear, a little kind of, I always call it a sort of maple syrup, autumn leafy kind of note. And it's actually beautifully delicious. A little bit kind of floral top note as well, which is just stunning. Oh, this is good.
I think that the bourbon cask really harnesses the beauty of like the vanilla caramel notes that bourbon is well known for. And then you have some of those dried fruit notes from sherry that layer right in there. And they don't overwhelm. You don't have an overwhelming amount of sherry where you're getting this sherry bomb, and it's just everything you taste is dried tannic fruit. It layers right into the bourbon, and then the cuvee just adds just a touch of tannins and a touch of richness that I think just kind of tops off the whole entire package really nicely.
Do you know how old this is, roughly?
I know it's over 3 years old. I'm not sure how long exactly.
After. Yeah. No, I was just wondering because it does feel like it's got this slightly kind of, you know, older note to it. That's why I was kind of wondering, almost like a tea leaf thing that sometimes I kind of get from something that's got a
Mhm.
little bit of age in
I'm
America.
pretty
But
sure they do the SDR method as well, so
yeah,
it adds some depth to the casks.
no, that's excellent. Thank you so much for recommending that one. That's a real find, and I will be emailing them to- tomorrow.
You're like, I have
Maybe not
another
tomorrow.
20 panels tomorrow. Can you send 20 bottles?
Yeah, like, I've got a few, a few more shows to do. But really, actually the American whiskeys today have been really fantastic and really great to see. And having just come off judging IWSC this week and doing a bit of American on there before we head over to do the big judging for them in September.
I'll see you there.
Oh, fantastic. Yay, we finally can meet in person.
Yes.
As opposed to on a screen. But I think it'll be great to kind of, see the diversity within American whiskey. And we were talking a lot about that now. I think there's often a misconception that American whiskey all tastes the same, but no. This is, very different from some of the other ones we've tried today. So it's really exciting to see what America's doing right now. And actually a lot of women leading the charge, I think, in
Absolutely.
America.
Yeah, the diversity here is pretty astounding. I mean, if you think about how different Portland is from, Houston, Texas, which is different from Virginia, and the water sources and the local wood and the local grains, you're going to get, you have all of these different basically countries inside of one country with all their different regulations and rules. And the amount of innovation and entrepreneurship that can come from this is pretty exciting. So I think women are seeing the possibilities of creativity and service and product and just making something really intentional and just, I don't know, tastes good. And they're stepping up and they're being like, I'm over just bourbon. I'm over just, Kentucky. Let's innovate.
And I think that's great. And I think we need more of that in the world. But, I think there's so much, there's so many incredible people just being, we have Maggie Campbell coming on next, who is one of my idols. And I know she's jumped over the rum world now, but I think as a female distiller, she is insanely talented. And there's so many more like Nicola Austin and people like that so many now in America that are doing great things, which is fantastic to see. And, like anyone you're particularly excited by at the moment?
I know Allison Park sold Bren recently, so I'm kind of excited, waiting to see what she's going to be doing next.
Yeah, no, I think, with these wonderful whiskeys with bright floral and fruit notes, do you have foods that you prefer to pair with them?
I mean,
Where would you go?
Well, I think there's always the very classic whiskey and chocolate pairing. And with whiskey and chocolate, especially with fruit, I would tend to go probably into like a dark chocolate because the bitterness of the dark chocolate is going to emphasize some of those sweeter notes in the whiskey instead of canceling it out. But if it were me, I would do a cheese board. I would do a cheese tasting with probably a hard cheese, something with a little bit of saltiness to it. And I think that would pair really well with any of the light fruit whiskeys that we had, especially the Glen Classic in the beginning.
I think you're 100% right with that cheese note, because if you have maybe slightly like something like an aged Gouda or an aged Parmesan, anything where they have those little crystals in
Exactly, the texture.
That fruitiness, and it gives you that back in. So I think cheese is always a good pairing. I think even with these fruity sort of floral ones, don't be afraid to play around with dessert a little bit, like fruit salads. Think about the fruit, think about the florals, and actually then put that back into the food. And I actually genuinely think, trying to play around with some sort of very sort of light meats, a little bit kind of like maybe a very gentle game bird, something like a partridge or something like that, where there's a little bit of funkiness but not too much, would work really, really well with these things. I'm a weirdly, from a wine background, a bit of a nut when it comes to wine or whiskey and food pairing. I often go off.
I thought you were going to say a nut when it comes to partridges, but I don't eat a lot of partridge in the United States.
No, probably not. That's true. What would be the equivalent? I don't know.
Cornish hen, maybe?
Cornish hen, yeah, Cornish hen would work. Yeah, I'm there. Maybe a
I
chicken.
can see that with the Virginia distillery, especially like a lighter meat, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And probably that brings us on to the last.
Catoctin Creek.
Yes. So tell us about this one.
All right, so Catoctin Creek is located also here in Virginia. So it's a good thing I'm here in Virginia representing Virginia today. That was not planned, by the way. It's near Loudoun County, and it was founded by a couple named Becky and Scott Harris. They claim, and quote, "This is the first legal distillery in Loudoun County since Prohibition." Which, you know, the Prohibition history in the United States has had still kind of an impact on us today. So kind of cool. Catoctin is a regional name that derives from an Indian tribal name, Catoctin, which means place of many deer, and kind of describes the mountain range that this distillery is nearby. So here we have another distillery that's very committed to sustainability, sourcing grains, utilizing solar energy. They use organic rye, and they focus very intentionally on their process. So they only source from local places. Everything's free of pesticides, free of chemicals. And so you're going to get a very high quality, clean spirit here. They focus on rye. So this region, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Maryland as well, has a really, really long history in rye that has changed a lot over the years. So anytime a brand pops up, a modern brand that has access to corn and barley and everything else, but wants to focus on a historical rye, it's really cool to kind of see them sort of bring their state back to its roots. This whiskey is based on one of their flagship products called the Roundstone Rye, which is aged in new charred American oak barrels. And then it is finished in a Madeira wine finish cask. And I do not know how long it was finished in that cask. Or aged in that cask, if you'd like.
I mean, this is definitely the biggest one we've had.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the only rye we've had, too. So.
Yeah. But, you know, still with that lovely textural quality again. And I wonder if that's, you know, what they're doing with the grains and things like that. But also that kind of sweet balance from that Madeira with a little spice of the rye. And the little dryness in there as well, I think works really, really well. I mean, if we're going back to food, for me, this actually with chocolate would be...
I was going to say chocolate as well, yeah. 100%.
Pretty tasty.
And I think you have a lot of like good balance there. I mean, Becky, she graduated as a chemical engineer. So she focuses a lot on industrial processes and applied all of her knowledge as a chemical engineer to her whiskey making. So everything she does, she knows exactly the science of how it's done. So she's creating something really specific. She calls it pre-prohibition rye. And I think you hit the nail on the head with it kind of being a little soft. Like a lot of American ryes, they tend to be spicy and peppery and in your face. You know, one, that's the American palate. And two, that's how people are kind of just intensely throwing a spiced rye out there. And this one, pre-prohibition rye being like more soft, more floral. And we know that from some research that they've done on the 3-chamber still. The Leopold brothers have done some research, and they found a bunch of records that were talking about pre-prohibition rye and how much softer it actually was than the American rye that we drink today. So I think when she calls this pre-prohibition rye, she's talking about how she created a rye that is a little bit more floral and soft and well balanced than the other ryes that you're going to get.
And I think it's interesting that you use those words now. And I think that's 100% right. And they're words that we've used all the way along. You know, these are balanced, these are elegant, these have a juiciness and a forward character to them, all of these whiskeys. But yet they're, you know, they're not shy and retiring. They're, you know, they're still big, they're still powerful, they're still holding their own place. And
absolutely.
And I think they've got this wonderful kind of character to them that is, yes, you know, these two are uniquely American, 100%, but they have got this real beauty and power behind them, which I think is is maybe something to do with women being behind the stills, because women do have better palates, guys. Sorry. Mic drop.
And scene.
We're off.
I do think I think it was Rachel Berry who talked about how we're in, like, what is gender when it comes to making whiskey, when it comes to a job, in terms of doing your job. You have your left and right hemispheres. You have to be analytical, you have to be creative, you have to be expressive, you have to be empathetic. And sometimes women can tap into all of those things, differently than men can. And having all of those different individual personalities is really more of a human trait than a gender trait. So, we put ourselves into our work. We all have different perspectives. And so it's exciting to see women kind of just step into basically the human element of making whiskey, not the male dominated element of it, but just making it.
And that's great. It is about that kind of going back to where history started, which was women brewing and distilling. And I think it was some crazy amount of women were actually, during the witch hunts in America, my brain's gone dead on that, were killed because they were distilling. And actually it destroyed a lot of the craft distilling in America. I love, now I have fireworks behind me. Is that because I've turned into
the hour mark?
I'm like, what does that mean?
I think it means that what you're saying is absolutely correct and profound and worthy of fireworks.
But it really damaged the distilling scene in America, because women stopped distilling. And so that whole true craft distilleries, because that's what they were in the days, not the craft distilleries we kind of all say everyone's a craft distillery today. But the true craft that was happening in those days kind of was fallen by the wayside. And I think what a missed opportunity. We could have had some really great whiskeys.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And do you think that from a customer side, you think the customer in America is changing, and how is that kind of being seen in, are more women drinking in America whiskey, or how is that changing?
Yeah, I mean, I think the statistics have shown that between 30 and 40% of whiskey sales are for women. 30% of whiskey sales, like 39% of Canadian whiskey, 36% of bourbon, I think. There's all kinds of stats, but they're all in the 30% range. That's a pretty big margin. Yeah. And studies have also shown that women control the purse strings when it comes to grocery bills and buying, the supplies in the house. And some of that is whiskey. And so I do think that there is a change. I think that women have started to embrace this part of it's no longer, I think it's kind of like what we said at the beginning. Like, it's not really a man, like no one's thinking about it as much as a men's drink. They're thinking about it as whiskey drinkers versus non-whiskey drinkers. My best example in how that can be impacted by a lot of marketing and cultural influence on our stereotypes is actually what's happening in Japan. Is that they launched like a TV show about another really amazing woman in the history of whiskey, Rita Takatsuru, who was, and so they made a love story TV show about their journey in the whiskey world, focusing on Rita, and women started watching this drama in Japan. And so they started drinking whiskey because they were in love with the TV show drama. And so it's a really great example of how, when you change the messaging, then people change the stereotype, and then they just adapt accordingly. It's really quite simple, actually, to sort of change that in our world. So having access to marketing materials that show women drinking, people like me sitting up and saying, yeah, I'm a whiskey drinker. I am a little bit different with my pink hair. And, we all kind of make the difference. The things that don't work and never probably will work is shoving a pink bottle of whiskey down someone's throat and saying, this is a feminine bottle, this is for women. It doesn't work, because we're not women whiskey drinkers, we're just whiskey drinkers. And all we really need to do is just kind of shift the marketing materials to include us.
I mean, anything pink, that's including wine. I don't go. No, I'm not. Weirdly, I'm not a pink person, except for my flamingos. My flamingos are the only pink I have in my life. But actually, really interesting. Weirdly, actually, in my notes was like Rita Taketsuru, and then never brought her up.
Well, I'm glad I had it on my head.
Thank you for bringing her up. But actually, we were having a chat earlier today about cocktails again, and Jared and Anastasia were saying that actually in Japan, the highball is drink very much by women because, you know, it's seen as a little lower calorie. It's seen as something that they can drink more like often during the night without kind of this little kampai kind of culture. And actually popular culture has so much opportunity to change the way we think of things. And you know, you look at the influences of Mad Men
I was going to say that,
you know, Lost in Translation,
Mm-hmm.
and their effect on whiskey full stop, not just for women but
For
for a
everyone, yeah.
generation. You know, so you know, it's how do we bring more of those moments to life with different faces?
Mm-hmm.
I
Exactly.
guess is the kind of question to ask. Um, but I think there's a lot of opportunity. I think we're definitely seeing a much different sort of demographic coming to the fore in the UK, which makes I get very happy each year when I see more women at Whisky Show.
Yes. Yes, and they have amazing palates. They love the peated whiskey.
And it's great. You know, I was just
Mhm.
talking to Scott from Scotch Test Dummies, and he's like, yeah, my girlfriend, she's a wine drinker. And suddenly she's like, he goes, I gave her a few whiskeys, and the one she likes is Lagavulin 16. I was like,
Yes.
yeah,
Yes,
why not? You know, it's great. You know, bring it on more.
absolutely. Absolutely. I think I run Women Who Whiskey San Diego, our chapter of Women Who Whiskey down there. And I have found that we get a large variety of whiskey drinkers and non-whiskey drinkers who come. Some women come because their husband drinks whiskey and they just want to learn about it. And some women
Mm.
come because they like the social atmosphere. And some women are literal distillers who come to try new things. And the most of them like the heavy peated, more intense stuff.
Yeah, and you know, I think it's no one has this, you know, everyone's different in what they like and how they like it.
Absolutely.
And yes, some stereotypes are there for a reason, and I get that. So we can't ignore some stereotypes because they are in a sense there is a beginning of them. But is that because, as you said in the beginning, that's what people were introduced to, and that's what they were expected to drink, and that created the stereotype? You know, it goes back to that sort of full circle conversation we've had: is what leads what? Does
Mhm.
what people are given and what they're expected to drink lead to the stereotype and then lead to what they actually believe they should drink?
Mhm.
Yeah, I think it's such an interesting topic, and I think had I been doing my dissertation for wine again now, I probably would have done something like that because it's
That'd be
quite
interesting.
fascinating to see. You know, I think
Yeah.
that whole kind of culture and stereotype is fascinating.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
if you wanna study stereotypes, you really gotta dive into the power of unconscious marketing and unconscious language. The
mhm.
way that we speak, even as women, the way that distillers speak unconsciously without realizing it, the way that we say, a masculine pronoun on top of a inanimate object to imply that it's more masculine and feminine. These things all influence the people around us, especially, when you're a kid and your dad is drinking whiskey and your mom says, "Oh, women don't drink whiskey," kind of casually. That's a belief that's now instilled in you that we take with us as we grow. And then, you have to kind of challenge that in a lot of different ways. I mean, you have to challenge that on podcasts and live streams. You have to challenge it on the internet. You have to challenge it in advertising, in movies, in TV, and the things that people passively observe, and not just in direct conversation.
Well, I'd like to introduce you to Richard, my flamingo, and Francesco, my other flamingo. So I am definitely not stereotyping those two.
There you go.
And I think that's true, isn't it? You know, it's how we perceive is such a strong, you know, and the non-visual cues we get throughout our life
Mhm,
really kind of can guide us. And I think
mhm.
that's why it's so important to have more diversity, not just women, but diversity in general being sort of put out there, because look, we want our community to keep growing. We want to have more people join us on the journey. And we can't just rely on one demographic. We've got to rely on
Yeah,
so many more to kind of bring us into a much sort of more healthy, kind of robust whiskey demographic, because it's so important for the ongoing sort of lifeblood of whiskey. It's vital, in fact.
absolutely. Yeah, and I think
Um,
I think we
yes, right.
definitely need to recognize that stereotypes are not like if you ask the average human being, like, do you think women should drink whiskey? They're not going to say no. They're not going to be like, oh,
Mm.
that's a man's drink. Majority of people are going to be like, sure. But most of what we're experiencing is very under the surface. It's sort of like under the obvious layer and in the marketing and in the language. And so it's becoming aware of those things and then changing those subtle contexts.
And I think that's it. And I'd like to ask, kind of finish on one question, and is how do we change the future of whiskey?
Well, I firmly believe, like I said in the beginning, that the best way to do it is to change how we perceive whiskey drinkers. So it's whiskey drinkers versus non-whiskey drinkers, not women whiskey drinkers, not men whiskey drinkers, but just whiskey drinkers. And it's everybody. It's a human thing. It's not, wow, it's a female master distiller. It's, wow, it's a master distiller. And not exceptionalizing somebody because they are a woman. If we continue to do that, even in the way that says, oh, it's really cool that they accomplished this, we're still isolating them and implying that it's different than a regular master distiller. That somehow, that is more or less than a male master distiller, who's never in the history of me doing whiskey has anybody ever said, oh, he's a male master distiller. But they do say that she's a female master distiller. And every time we do that, we isolate them from the stereotype or the grouping or the mental picture of what a master distiller is. Oh, we have to make an exception there, because if we don't, then they won't know that she's a master distiller or female. And I think the language needs to just start being that they're master distillers, that they're whiskey drinkers, that they're lovers of scotch, that they're creators, that they're marketers, that they work for whiskey companies and that's their job, not that they're women doing it. And the more that we can just change that language and have it just be naturally inclusive, the more people will forget that that was ever a man's thing to begin with.
I think, absolutely 100%. And I think it's having more voices and more opinion. I think Chanel, actually, who did one of our 15-minute segments earlier, said, actually, the most important thing a woman can do is have an opinion.
Yeah.
And I really love that,
Hmm.
and I think it's so important to have a voice. And it doesn't matter if you're right or you're wrong. It's just a freaking opinion. I have
Absolutely.
plenty of opinions that are completely wrong, as all my
Hmm.
staff will know. But to have some sort of opinion is so important. I think
Absolutely.
it's vital, and I hope that by these kind of things where it's about learning and engaging and talking, that people want to learn more, and not just women, but everyone. That's why we're running these sessions, and that's why we're talking so much about We Are Whiskey, because we want more people to come into the community, because it is a very positive community and it is a very inclusive community once you get the door open.
Absolutely.
And I reckon we should probably raise a glass. And I'm going back to the Virginia guys. So, Sarah, thank you so much. Slanjava. And
Cheers.
I look forward to actually raising a glass with you in September. But
Absolutely.
really appreciate you taking the time on a Saturday to join us, and enjoy your day tomorrow at visiting the distilleries. And yeah, if they could send some more of the whiskey over this side of the pond, we'd be
You got
appreciative.
it. I'll get you a bottle for September.
Amazing.
Cheers.
Take care, Sarah.
Bye.
Mm. So coming up, we've got the wonderful Billy Abbott back on stage. Woo woo! I hear an Abbott. Is that an Abbott I hear? Talking to the wonderful Reese about We Are Whiskey and her journey. Thank you.
Hi, folks. Welcome back to Whiskey 24 Hours. And I'm here now for a little bit of a chat with somebody hiding over, if I do believe, over in Canada. So if you're somebody upstairs want to bring on my guest, there she is. Hello, Reese.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Good. How are
Excellent.
you?
Oh,
I feel like I'm much more awake than you are.
Well, good to see you.
Yeah.
It's quite late, so I do apologize if I suddenly start drifting sideways, but I'm hanging in there just about. You are the reason why I'm still awake, is to have a chat with you. So
amazing.
So to kick things off, tell me who you are, what you do in the wonderful whiskey world, and why have I dragged you, to be around in the middle of the afternoon for you on a Saturday to have a chat about the wonderful world of whiskey?
Yeah, for sure. So my name is Reese Sims, as you can see in the description, and I guess a really brief. Well, we can talk about a backstory if there's time, but if not, I'm the founder of
loads of time. So jump in.
Okay. Well, currently I'm the founder of Flavor Camp. So this is a program that I want to say I've been developing for like 5 or 6 years, but has gone into full force as of last year. And yeah, I think like the really basics behind it is just it's sort of a tasting system to teach people how to taste whiskey and other spirits that's sort of universal. I think a lot like the Whisky Exchange has, with the different kind of flavor profiles that you can find products for on the website. And yeah, it's based in Canada, but hopefully long term in the future, it'll be internationally renowned.
Well, you and I sort of met over in California earlier on this year, and we're having a chat, and then
Yeah.
realized that we've both been working on similar things and similar ideas, and this idea of getting out to people and talking about spirits in general. Today, of course, talking about whiskey, World Whiskey Day and all that sort of business, but spirits in general, talking about in a different way, and that was really cool. We've got similar but different approaches, and there's one of those things I think we can really learn from each other and just get more people into drinking tasty things. But to dive back to you, which is what we're meant to be talking about, how did you get into whiskey? What was the thing that kicked you into the whiskey world?
Yeah, so it's interesting because I think like there's a lot of people that will be like, oh, I grew up around whiskey, or I'm Scottish, or my parents drank it and I was introduced to it. And my parents pretty much don't really drink, like they'll do a glass of wine at dinner occasionally. But for me, my background is in marketing, and I was working in architecture for a number of years, but hated sitting in an office. And long story short, like quit my day job and was like, oh no, I need to actually make money to live in Vancouver, Canada. And so I picked up a bartending job on weekends at an Irish pub. And very serendipitously, around the same time, I had gone to this networking event and met these two women that were starting like a women's whiskey club. And so just between having this immense amount of different scotches and Irish whiskeys on my back bar, and then meeting these two women, I just really was like, okay, whiskey is something I know I like. How do I explore it further? And it all sort of went from there, I guess. So that was, when was that? In like 2015, I guess, is when I got a lot more serious into it. But of course, just growing up, I would say I had an affinity to it, but was more using it as a mixer for things like whiskey cokes or rye and ginger kind of thing. Yeah.
But it's that thing of, all of us come from these really weird, different backgrounds. I find when you talk to people in the whiskey world, I'm a computer programmer. Lots of computer programmers drink. Actually, that's a different matter.
Yeah,
but
I think architects do too.
We can come from these different directions and look at things in different ways. So I used to talk about coding. I now talk about whiskey. I used to work in the marketing world and just talk to people about things and work out the best ways of talking to them. And now you talk about whiskey. So do you want to tell us a bit more about your Flavor Camp program and what you do with that? Because again, it's some of the ideas are similar, but what you actually do with it is the thing which I find really interesting when you're bringing more people into the whiskey world.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because whiskey has always been my number one favorite spirit, and I've focused a lot on it in terms of like I started blogging and doing, I don't know, social media. I just found that there weren't that many at the time, like female experts, maybe even still, that were younger-ish. And so I was like, okay, maybe this is a market where I can communicate information in a way that is appealing and is bringing other demographics into the industry. And so anyways, that kind of like flash forward to Flavor Camp, which launched last year. I'd kind of been running like multiple iterations of tastings and done brand ambassador work here and there for different brands. But for me, I like to have systems to understand and almost categorize and relate things together. I've always been that way. Maybe it's just from a marketing background or something like that. But I just found that whiskey wheels and like tasting, visual tasting cues were really helpful for me when I first started drinking. And a lot of them, there's like a few that were focused on maybe Scotch only or were presented by a different whiskey brand, but there wasn't necessarily something out there that was sort of universal and relatable for all categories and subcategories and countries that produce whiskey. And then further to that, something was just like very visually oriented, again, having like a marketing background. And so Flavor Camp, like I think I was just on a walk one day and was like, oh, I should call it Flavor Camp. That makes sense because I can run the camps, like the in-person experiences. And then also it makes sense that the whole idea is that you can place different whiskeys into flavor camps and then kind of taste and relate them together based on their flavor first, not necessarily what country they come from, what style they are, what cask that they're aged in. I mean, that all being said, those will contribute to having some similarities to each other. But yeah, it's kind of expanded. Like whiskey is kind of the number one thing I focus on, I would say about 50 or 60% of the time. And then it's slowly been expanding into other spirit categories as well this past year.
Cool. And as I say, we've been doing it at the Whisky Exchange as well, independently. So we came up with this sort of same thing, been putting these things together. And it's a really useful tool because when you get people who don't know so much about whiskey, you aren't going to sit there and dive through tasting notes. That simple thing of saying, do you like this? Maybe you like this. And have those easy connections and everything. So how do you use that in your tastings? Because I say the thing which I sort of had a look at after we finished chatting in California, it's like, well, what's she doing then? Just this pile of events of, running around in Canada and trying to sort of drag people in to try things and chat about things and sort of discover new things.
So I think the way that I run my tastings, and that's just one part of sort of the whole Flavor Camp universe, I want to say, is that just between being a bartender and now I also, again, like did a lot of brand ambassador work just independently for brands. Eventually was a territory sales manager selling alcohol to bars and restaurants on premise until the pandemic and then was laid off. But this is sort of the way that I teach is like the things that I wish, the resources I wish I had as a spirits enthusiast, a bartender, and also as a sales rep. And so the way that I run my tastings is there's sort of benefits to both the consumers and the brands. And this is the way that I can kind of, I guess, fund them, but also create a purpose in the tastings themselves. So all of the tastings that I typically run are using 8 different spirits, usually whiskey, and it will be different competitors' products that are within the same category. And so the brands will come on board and during the tastings, we'll do an education piece and let people learn about the Flavor Camp tasting system, and then they'll actually have to taste those spirits blind in the class. And the only thing that they know about them is their flavor camps that they fall into. And so we simplify it to make it really easy. So you just have to focus on 2 or 3 kind of camps for each of the spirits instead of dozens of tasting notes for each. And then that kind of helps to guide them to practice their blind tasting skills. And then those that are competitive can guess which spirit is which. And then we do a reveal and talk about each of the distilleries and the history of them and what makes them unique and their price points. And so there's kind of 2 things to that. One, like I really focus on the liquid itself and again, the flavor first. So you're not inhibited by knowing what brand you're tasting, what price point it's at, how old it is. And so you're evaluating that. And then on the brand side, during the classes, people are actually filling out workbooks, like hands-on, and they are providing their opinions on what they think of the product itself, whether they like it or not. And then once we do a reveal, we talk about their willingness to purchase, what their objections to purchase are, how they would like rank them or rate them. And then I consolidate all that information and give it back to the brands, which is why they want to participate. So as sort of a third-party expert, I can provide direct feedback from different markets with like 100+ people, almost in a focus group style, that's telling them where there are opportunities, I guess, for growth or potentially new product ideas or ways that they can like formulate the product if their local in a more effective way, or like price point evaluation. So there's lots of really juicy data that I'm really interested in, because ultimately you want to make stuff that people like, and then they end up buying, and then the company makes money and can continue to exist. So it's win-win, right?
The thing I really like about it is, the feedback to the company is that incredible thing, but it means that people who come in, who can learn about stuff, who are just normal consumers, if you start saying to people, come along to a whiskey tasting, you'll get a load of people like me, turning up. And but we're not the people who get out there and buy all these whiskey, but we're doing it already. You want to try and find those new people. That's the great thing about what you're doing, is dragging in these new people to learn something new, experience something different, but also put a little bit of information back out there to see if we can bring out more stuff and on it. But no, so outside of doing your sort of tasting camp tastings, what's sort of the way that you like to introduce someone to whiskey? If you're just having a chat with a friend who doesn't like whiskey, what's the thing you'll do to sort of bring them in and sort of like show them the true way of how great whiskey can be?
Oh, that's a good question. So I would say one of the things I think that I focus on that maybe other whiskey purists or experts don't as much is, I think cocktails are a big part of people purchasing whiskey and drinking it and using it, right? And so just understanding what people like to drink and then dissecting like the flavor profiles from that, I can oftentimes give them a recommendation on a whiskey or other spirit that they should try, or a couple options. But I think, typically it depends. Like, I'll just ask them sort of what flavors they like or cocktails, what price point they're comfortable with. And those are like the best starting points to giving a good recommendation or giving somebody a sample of something. But with that, what was I going to say? Like with the cocktails, like I run programs as well where we're doing like online cocktail competitions and stuff. And it all kind of focuses on like education around the product first, then how can you use it effectively to use these other ingredients to help enhance that product. So it's all very symbiotic, I would say. And then just with like going back to saying you coming to like one of my tastings, for example, I would say that you're probably not my general demographic that does come to the program. Like, again, I'm really focused on servicing, I guess, like a millennial, Gen Z, and like Gen X demographic. And I think something organically, just maybe inherently because I'm a woman, but I will have like all of my classes are 50-50 men and women, more or less, like plus or minus maybe 5%. So it's really nice to get like a female perspective and get that feedback as well, I think. But what I've found in my research, sorry, this is a very long answer. What I found in my research across Canada is that the way in which people are introduced to whiskey is very different depending on gender. And oftentimes women will drink whiskey in a cocktail capacity first, and that's what introduces them into a brand or a style. And whereas men, I think, historically will try stuff neat or like in a simple highball. And so being able to focus on cocktails as a way to get more people into whiskey and then slowly ease them into drinking it neat, specifically women, is like a great tactic, I would say. Yes.
And the thing people don't need to drink whiskey neat, much as
exactly.
I do, and I know you do as well. I saw you drink a load of whiskey when we were over in California. And discuss these things and sort of dive into them is one thing, but the way people drink is they just drink things in mixed drinks. They find these flavors and they make sure they bring these things together, and it's really great to see more people embracing that at the same time as just giving people the option of here's how to get into things, and then we can help you move on from there if you want to.
Yeah, like that's my ultimate goal. I always say flavor first, and it's not about what's the best. It's like what you like best, and that can change based on the weather, who you're with, again, what you're pairing it with. If you're not pairing, what time of day, there's so many different aspects. So I think just giving people the tools to ultimately understand what they like and why they like it, it just helps them to make better purchasing decisions. And again, it's win-win for both the consumer and the brand. So that's my big focus for sure.
That's really, absolutely excellent. Anyway, unfortunately, I need to wrap up, I'm afraid. The joys of having a 24-hour schedule. But Reese, thanks so much for joining us this evening.
Take a photo before.
Okay.
Yay! Oh, I love the fireworks. That's so
Thank
funny.
you very much, lovely people upstairs who have pressed some buttons.
Thank you so much, Billy. It's great chatting, and hopefully I will see you soon.
See you again. Right. See you soon.
Okay.
Anyway, I'll be handing over to my colleagues very shortly, over to Dawn and Ortis for our next thing, all about America. Anyway, for now, thanks a lot, folks.
And we're back.
We are.
We are.
We are doing very well, I think.
We are doing phenomenally well.
It is 2 a.m. or just gone 2 a.m. GMT. So we have been doing this now for 14 hours.
I've lost track.
You've lost track. 13 hours. See, my math is off.
But I decided I needed champagne at this juncture because there's been a lot of whiskey, and I feel like I need a little kind of livener. So, and also I figure I can get away with it with the guests we have now, because one of them, Maggie, was actually studying for her Master of Wine and loves wine. So I figured if I was going to get away with drinking wine on any of these talks, it was this one. So this is probably one of the talks I've been looking forward to the most, actually.
Yeah.
And I don't know if our guests are waiting in the lounge, but we'd love to have Rox and Maggie on. Maggie! Sorry, bit of a laugh. Rox!
Oh, no, it's okay. I also love Maggie so much. And so I understand the need.
I love you guys.
I genuinely have so much love. There's so much love in the room right this second. Ortis, probably not so much love towards me.
Well, no.
We're 14 hours in.
I'm on the outside looking in at the moment, but I am confident that I will be drawn in before long.
So this is Maggie's second time in the 24-hour stint. First for rum.
Yes, please.
And now for whiskey.
Well done, Maggie.
Feeling very, very, very grateful.
Limited club.
And Rox, you now are.
I know. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to join in.
the team, as it were. So I'm so excited for this talk, I have to say. And it follows on very well for a talk I just did with Sarah, Whiskey Nomad. Because, I always like to do a bit of sort of research before I do any of these talks, because I think it's really important to kind of, even though you guys are doing all the hard work, to have an idea of kind of the background and things. And the one thing that stood out to me for women, for any minority, for Indigenous people, everyone, they've been written out of history. Whereas there was played such an important part of distilling, brewing, and everything. And you know, for me, it's been a really interesting journey, and a journey that I'm not going to stop here with. But actually, it's really spurred me to now look into it further and to learn more. I literally followed about 100 Instagram accounts just through links to different articles. I was like, okay, now I'm going down rabbit holes that I can't cover in an hour and a half or 15. So really honored to have you both here talking about this subject, because I think it's hugely important.
Yes.
You know, for all of us.
Yeah. So we are going to get into it straight away. We know that there is plenty of evidence that that alcohol was being produced all over America pre-European colonization. Can you talk about the history of pre-colonial alcohol production and how much it has impacted the way America produces alcohol today, and what are some of the techniques attributed to that process?
So yeah, we know fermented beverages were made from like fruits, agave, maple sap, berries, sweet juice from corn stalks, corn kernels, carob, gooseberries, literally anything that could be kind of spontaneously fermented. We figured out how to ferment, like most agrarian societies. And I think a lot of the situation with like Indigenous Americans is that there's this view that we didn't have agriculture in a lot of ways. Like there's this general view of like the forests that there's a lot of talk about like these pristine forests that nobody ever touched. And people don't understand that those were long cultivated areas where people were performing agriculture just within the ecosystem that they were already in. So what looks like a pristine forest was actually like heavily cultivated agriculture. And for my own people talking, I'm Chiricahua Apache and Raramuri, but for like the Chiricahua Apache part of me, we were a very sort of nomadic people. But if you follow along the paths that we would travel on regularly, agave plants are regularly along those paths because we would plant them because they were our main food source. And so people don't really think about that as like real agriculture, but it's like as you're traveling through things. So when we talk about fermented beverages, obviously in reference, this is 24 hours of whiskey. So let's talk about whiskey. The real thing that we want to talk about obviously is like corn cultivation. So obviously, corn is an American crop. It is an indigenous American crop. It derives from a grass known as teosinte. We know that at some point, like 10 to 9,000 years ago, it got domesticated and kind of turned into what we recognize as corn through genetic like selection of people like selectively breeding. The big thing that we care about when in terms of whiskey is around the 1500s. So you get kind of the corn had kind of spread throughout the Americas at this point. So you have a couple different varieties of corn that come together into what is known as the Cherokee dent. And this dent corn is like the precursor to what we know as yellow dent today, which is basically the major corn, the dominant corn that's used in whiskey. But it is the precursor to all corn that's used in like bourbons and corn whiskey today in the Americas, which is the kind of like bourbon is known as the like quintessential American whiskey. That's kind of like what everybody views it. We obviously have other whiskeys here, but you know, that's the one everybody kind of recognizes as the American whiskey. And that really comes from, again, sort of like indigenous innovation with regards to our crossbreeding technique. When you talk about this became a type of corn that was higher in starch than other corn varietals that had existed before. So so dent corn contains more soft starch and it has an oilier kernel. which makes it actually easier for hand grinding, which lets it integrate easier with the European style grist mills that existed at the time that got brought over by the colonists that showed up in the 1500s. So this whole culmination of things allows kind of for American whiskey to start out. The other kind of innovation that nobody really ever talks about, and I think it gets pushed off and it's starting to have a resurgence, is the malting of corn. This is a thing. Yeah, this is a thing that I hear all the time that's like, corn is really hard to malt and it's like a whole problem. So my people, both of my people, the Chiricahua and the Raramuri, have historically malted corn for like hundreds of years. And so I hear this as like a really complicated, like hard process. And it's one of those things where you're like, just because Europeans couldn't do it doesn't mean it's hard.
Like, say the people who are like, making rye whiskey is easy though.
I was like, my grandma used to do this on the floor of her hut that didn't have running water or electricity. I'm just saying. Like,
and were they doing it to brew beer primarily?
Yeah. So I actually grew up making traditional corn beers called Tesquino with my Raramuri grandmother. But Apaches also do this. It's called tulpai. So my father's tribe also does this. And it's one of those things that I'm going to read you a quote from 1904 because it's my favorite, because it's just like describes like Europeans kind of like encountering the process. And so it was brought from the southerly Chiricahuas, that's my people, who were said to have learned to make it in Mexico. In manufacturing it, a woman takes some dry corn and soaks it overnight in water. In the morning, a hole is made in the ground, the bottom of which is thickly covered in yucca leaves, on which the corn is spread and covered with a gunny sack. The corn is then sprinkled on a day with one a day with warm water until it begins to germinate, when it is allowed to grow under the sack until it sprouts, which takes about a week, more or less according to the weather. The corn is next taken out, spread on a blanket, where it is left one day to partially dry. On the next day, 2 women grind the corn, one rough, one fine, and mix and knead the dough. About 10 pounds of the dough is then added in a large earthen vessel, about 4 gallons of water. The whole is thoroughly stirred, then placed in the fire and boiled down to about 1/2 of the original quantity. During this point is added tulpi medicine, various roots. After the boiling, enough water is added to loss, is boiled for a second time until reduced again by 1/2. The liquid is then strained and can be perforated, and poured into the tulpi jug, a vessel only used for tulpi, never washed, soon after which fermentation begins. And this is like a classic beer style for making corn beer back in the day. There's actually a very similar sort of thing. I actually have, honestly, I could swoop for a second and grab one of my for Tesquino, my grandmother's fermentation, one of her small fermentation vessels back here. I was like, but it's one of those things. These were generally done as like communal beers that you enjoyed. Distillation didn't become. There's some debate about distillation in the Americas, obviously pre-colonization. There's evidence for things like huichol stills. They were mostly used for agave spirits. Yeah. This tends to be what people see them for. But there's some debate about whether this was like a pre-contact or post-contact. And I'm not going to get in a fight with an anthropologist about this because it's not my people. So I actually don't have the oral histories to know that for sure. If somebody says it from that tribe, I'm going to believe them. But and
I have a question, because you're a distiller. Have you experimented with malting corn and distilling?
So here's the thing is like I've personally for the production that I've done like in a facility, no, but I have some very good friends that are working with malted corn. I also, what I do in my home, which you can't distill at home, it's federally illegal. I've definitely fermented things.
I mean, no one heard this at all. You know?
I have perhaps fermented things at home, and who knows what happened to them after that.
I mean, if you spontaneously distill, whose fault is that?
It definitely has like a sweeter quality to it, a richer quality. Actually, one of my friends recently, and that's the thing is like, I bring up this technology because it actually was really important for the early days of like moonshining and stuff like that. Before barley propagation had gotten big here, you know, corn obviously existed as a product. And when people started making whiskey, you would try to malt your corn. Now it doesn't work as great so it's better in the Southwest. Like corn likes to malt hot and kind of dry because it's already a very moist kernel. So it doesn't malt as well when you get into like Kentucky and stuff. You can, but it takes a little more effort and it likes to be very hot. You have to be very careful about the seasons in which you do it, which is why it kind of fell out of favor once you start getting sugar adjuncts in, and also malted barley being processed in the US. But it's kind of having a resurgence in like the craft distilling industry. And so like there's a craft malt house really close to me in Alameda, 15-minute drive from me, that recently started doing malted corn because we had a distillery in the area that requested it. A friend of mine who makes mostly agave spirits, but was specifically wanted to do 100% corn whiskey with malted corn without any adjuncts or enzyme additions and things like that. So people are getting more interested in it, and it's having a bit of a resurgence. And so I think we're rediscovering that technology. So it's really cool to like see that come back.
I'd love to taste one. I'm gonna have to somehow figure out how I'm gonna do that because I'm really intrigued now. Now you brought it up, I'm on a mission. You've caused a lot of problems here. But and you know, and Maggie, I'd like to kind of throw a question into you now because I think we're going to come back and forth on this topic all the way through, which is the whole point of the topic. Clearly, Dawn, it's over 12 o'clock and your brain's not working anymore. But you know, like as I said earlier, you know, when I was doing all this research, there was no, you know, it's like, oh, and the Europeans came and poof, and there was light. You know,
and then time started.
And then time started. You know, why have we not? Even today, it feels that we haven't really talked enough about this. You know, actually, the first time I heard anyone talking about this was you at Tales this year, which was part of the reason I kind of reached out to Chalky to have a conversation with you, because I was just like, hold on, I want to learn more about this because I thought the talk was fascinating. But you know, Maggie, why and what are we doing to change this? How are we changing it?
Well, the funny thing is that when you commit a massive genocide and erase people from the planet, it's hard to have all of that history and documentation and perfect little letters about where everyone's from and all the history they ever did. So unfortunately, massive amounts of texts, of documentation, and then of course oral histories were just completely destroyed and eradicated in the mass invasion that happened in sort of Columbian and post-Columbian era. So, you know, we talk about a lot of issues in and around these different communities, and it's really hard to say, you know, when it comes to like being assigned a tribal number, you know, like, because my husband's grandmother, like he could probably get his number a lot easier than someone else, just because like, well, who has documentation, who doesn't, who has a right to, who doesn't. Well, amazingly, that stuff is kind of hard when you've erased everything. So I think that's a huge part of it. You know, even if you, within Europe, you look at the history of Greece and how so much of the connection to the Middle East through Greece was eradicated in World War II. Like that history was very much removed from art and literature as well. It's the same thing happening here, but on a very, very different level, obviously, where they just wanted to say this was the history. And I think that we as people need to just understand simultaneous discovery is a thing. It's not that only Europeans in isolation could ever figure something out. It's very fair to say that people here, you know, in the Americas could have figured it out as well, separated, but going through the same processes. And so much of, you know, to what Rock said about the technology of agriculture, all of the technology of agriculture in, you know, the Americas is based on A, indigenous culture, and then B, African culture, when you think of who is tending to and growing crops, especially because I have the California connection where, you know, that like the entire wine industry was built on enslaved American Indians at missions. And then Mexican Americans really doing, you know, all of the work, especially with Prohibition. all the expertise really was kept alive and brought back through Mexico. And with distillation,
and it's still to this
Yeah.
day
to this
relying on
day,
Mexican. I mean, I think
Gustavo
all of us in
Trace and the
Europe were
taste
laughing when Trump was
Paris.
like, "We're going to stop the borders opening." I was like, "No one is picking wine this year."
And you go to Bordeaux and you see the faces in the vineyard, and they're also incredibly diverse. And I think that, you know, this is something that we don't communicate. And again, even as we are writing, not only did we erase the history, but as we're writing it today, we're not writing it correctly. We talk about the famous tasting of Paris. Who made that wine? A Mexican American, you know, but no one talks about him. So I think that this stuff is it's incredibly shameful that it's all been erased, and it's incredibly shameful that we're still just not even documenting it as it even is today. When someone says I'm a distiller, things have changed with my 16 years in the industry, but people still imagine like an older white gentleman who's proud laces, hat and overalls, like, you know, it's still kind of that way. And I think it's a little sad that we're doing such a disservice, but I'm glad to have conversations like this. Like Rock said, there's a lot of discussion about pre-Columbian distillation. I definitely think there's no reason not to believe they had that technology. And unfortunately, we don't have a ton of proof because everything was sort of destroyed. So in the like 4000 BP, so like using, again, like a non-Christian date system before present, so 4000 BP, there's, you know, pottery found sort of in the Capacha culture, in the Colima region, which would suggest that active distillation is present. And then, you know, there's the Nairite culture who have liquid mercury in some of their burial services. Now, liquid mercury is distilled from cinnabar, a color they would have used in different dyes, textures, paints, etc. So when you see this liquid mercury, you know they had distillation. So why wouldn't they have had distillation for alcohol like any other culture that had distillation that also made alcoholic beverages? They also have in the New York Natural History Museum, they have these Nairite figurines of village life that are from Mexico and somehow in a New York museum, just saying. There's all sorts of discussions there. But in these, there's depictions of different family outliers and depictions of, you know, people enjoying a beautiful afternoon out in their courtyard, enjoying beverages and becoming very intoxicated, which can hint to these everyday scenes of like people drinking something that was probably stronger than pulque or some of these other beverages. And yeah, so this Temple of the Feathered Serpent from 2000 BP has liquid mercury in it. So like, we know something is going on. I think that, you know, now for me, so for folks who don't know me, I live in Barbados. I moved here about 3 years ago. Now that I live in a culture that's much more distinguished by spoken language for a longer period of time than I've ever spent before, it's really amazing to me to see that really invalidated in a lot of the histories of writings of distillation, and of course, particularly in rum, where they say, oh, well, it wasn't written down, so you can't trust it. I don't trust the white colonizer who was writing his own little historic history about perfect he was either. So just because it's written down doesn't mean it's factual. And just because it's spoken word doesn't mean it's not factual. And absolutely to what Rock said, you see, like, I just went to Dominica, right? And people talk about how Dominica has, it's very low population. It's natural as it ever would have been, untouched earth. It's not untouched. The, you know, Kalinago tribe actively fostered that forest, that tropical paradise, that community, you know. And when I was there, I was talking to a Kalinago woman about this tree that they would plant around some of the downspouts of where the rain would go down into the rivers. And they would mash up the leaves of this tree and it would go into the water and it would get the crayfish drunk and make it easier to catch them. So this is active agriculture. It's happening. And you hear accounts all the time about how in the United States, the story of giving, which is a whole thing. But you hear the story of how the colonists would have died if not for learning how the indigenous community grew crops. And then I go to a mission in California that has like a picture of like a priest teaching an indigenous person how to grow corn. And I am just like cracking up in the middle of this like church, like at this image, like when I know the Three Sisters planting technique of like, you know, corn, tomatoes, peas, like this was an agricultural practice. And so for us to think that they didn't have distillation at all, I think is way more far-fetched than for us to assume like, oh, you know, oh, they didn't. So for me, like Rock says, if a single indigenous person is like, this is our oral history, I'm like, I very much buy it. There is discoveries and technology that are pointing to this. And then, I mean, of course, like now that I live in Barbados, I also see elements of distillation technology that can't help but tickle my brain in certain ways where like the way that, so as you can tell, I have hard hat hair. My apologies. We're harvest madness. This is me in the midst of harvest.
I love you, Maggie. You are beautiful to me every day.
Thanks for your patience with my sugar harvest chic. And the way that a sugar mill runs through these vacuum evaporators and pans is so similar to a retort. And then I can't help but think about like, see that and see how this is the same technology that's come through the same region. And the people who were enslaved and brought here, you know, who had their own identities pre-Columbian and then were brought here post-Columbian, were scientists, were doctors, were amazing technologically skilled scientists who were distilling rum, making sugar, making molasses. I can't help but think about like the charcoal filtering, right, that you see in Nigeria that then shows up through all the Caribbean islands and then suddenly shows up in American whiskey, right? So like that's another form of being touched by pre-Columbian technology and intelligence in a post-Columbian time. So, you know, I think there's a lot going on there, but I mean, I just think for me, the liquid mercury, it's like, if you're trying to tell me distillation wasn't happening, I'm a little bit like,
yeah, so much evidence. There's so much evidence of a culture that was so far ahead of itself. You know, from an anthropological standpoint, there's a huge amount of evidence that these were cultures that were really ahead of their times. So why would they not have been ahead of their times? If they're ahead of their times medically, if they're ahead of their times culturally, why would they not have been scientifically from a distillation point? I think it's a really, really great point.
And to say something very controversial, which you know I love to do, you know, it's only been a few hundred years, right, that we're in the post-Columbian era, and look in the environment. Like, look at how fast, how quickly, in such a short period of time, this devastation has happened. And it's just like, wow, all it took was a few hundred years. Like, people had been living there for thousands of years. That's the other thing I love when people say, like, before people were here, or et cetera. I don't know, the UK show Ghosts, they made it here in America. I love this show. But I'm like, there's one indigenous person. Indigenous people live there for like 5,000 years.
Oh, is this the show that gets trapped in the thing?
Oh, it's my favorite thing about the horror trope of the Indian burial ground, because it's all an Indian burial ground,
right?
guys. The whole place. It's like we just lived here.
Yeah, exactly. So it's for me, I was like, wait. There's one indigenous person and there's like 8 Europeans. I'm like, Europeans were there for like a couple hundred years. Like, I don't think this ratio is correct. Anyways,
wild.
So anyways, not to get off the topic of distillation, but yeah, I think that we don't talk about the really important trade routes, the really important highways, the really important systems of innovation and technology that like shape everything we do. You know, I mentioned to someone the other day that lacrosse is like an American indigenous invention, and their mind exploded.
Yeah, the most native sport. No.
So yeah. Anyways, that's just a little bit on distilling / et cetera. sprinkles. So.
I love it. I love it. It's so fascinating.
Maggie, people like Fawn Weaver and yourself are both very vocal.
You missed one.
Have I?
Hold on, maybe that's my question.
Go on then.
Hold on.
Go on.
Pause.
Take your time. Get ready. I'll update everyone. Spaghetti is fine.
Worked perfectly.
We all love spaghetti.
Spaghetti is fine. I saw in the chat. Folks were asking for spaghetti.
And also, somebody asked the difference between corn and maize, and there's no difference. They're just two names for the
There's no
same
difference.
thing.
Thank you. Keegan has waited a long time for that answer.
I was like, I feel bad.
Anyway, Rox, back to you with my question. This is so my fault.
It's okay. It's okay.
So, you know, in 2020, and I'm so sorry, I'm going to murder this name because
Chehalis, yeah.
The Chehalis tribe actually changed an 1834 law that banned distilleries on tribal land, which I think is insane. Why was this law in existence for so long? I mean, 2020 is like just now.
So I am going to correct this. Technically, this got repealed in early December of 2018. Technically, I was like,
2 years.
Yeah, I was like,
I mean,
right.
We're talking a lifetime here, Rox.
It's still a thing that I have to bring up. No, and I bring this up every time I talk to people because it's one of those things where it's like, I get asked to talk on the stuff like this because I'm one of like 4 native distillers in the country. And the reason that is because of laws like this. Like, I was like, because that didn't exist as an option to people. Like, I never wanted to own my own distillery, so I was fine just going into the industry and doing it. But a lot of people who want to be distillers want to eventually own their own thing. And realistically for natives, like, the only land that you're ever going to have access to own your own distillery on is your land, which is tribal land, which it was federally illegal until 2018. So this was an Andrew Jackson law because of course it was. If you don't know American history, Andrew Jackson was a president of ours that really, really, really hated Native people. A lot of people, but he really, really, really hated Native people.
I mean, he hated most
people. Yeah, it was like a lot of people that weren't white dudes. But really, really, really hated Native people. And was very keen on exterminating us. The idea behind this law, there's a lot of paternalistic stuff. So there's a lot of like myths that come about with like our inability to process alcohol, which I've just explained. We've been making fermented. We have been making alcoholic beverages for centuries, if not millennia. We're fine. We can process alcohol just like every other human being on the planet. At least to a certain degree. There's obviously certain people with sensitivities. That's just like a certain percentage of the population. There's no greater percentage in ours versus others. But part of the paternalistic laws in place to make sure that we couldn't actually like have financial independence and things like that, and undermining our sovereignty is things like these laws that are basically saying is like, well, you can't have a owner operate a distillery on like tribal lands. A lot of on a lot of reservations, you actually can't sell alcohol sometimes still. That's very common. You can do it right outside the border. So it allows white people the opportunity to profit off of alcohol without giving us the opportunity to make money off of alcohol on our own lands. So it's very much a predatory tactic of ensuring that alcohol still makes it into the reservation, but we don't receive any money or have control over that. And that's why that.
And is that certain states? Is that certain states, or that's just certain counties, or?
So originally, again, that law not letting us have a distillery was federal.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it will vary from, so some of these laws are very federal, but states tend to designate the thing about like whether or not you can sell alcohol on the reservation. That is usually designated either by the tribe themselves or by the state government and stuff like that. There's a lot of like weird stuff. It's just like how certain states don't allow you to sell liquor after a certain, or you have sort of dry states like Utah, where you can't sell an alcoholic beverage above a certain percentage. So that is a state regulated thing to some extent. But a lot of the stuff that happens on reservation land is very much regulated by the federal government. And the reason this law stayed on the books for so long is because nobody gave a shit. Like, if we're just upfront, nobody cared until certain Native people wanted to open distilleries, and we started to notice that. It's like, they're like, oh, you can't do that. It's like, why? It's like, well, because apparently it's illegal.
I mean, you could run a profitable business with a highly value-added, profitable product. No, you can't do that.
They're like, no, you can't do that. It was just straight up, which is why the Chehalis tribe fought so hard for this. And there's been other people, obviously, that have like worked with this. I know, like Curtis and Linda Bassina from Copper Crow worked really hard also during this whole fight to get this set up. Since this has been overturned, I know the Paskenta band of Nomalaki Indians here in California that started Obsidian Spirits on their at their tribal land. So it's happening, but it's very small. It's very slow to kind of adopt because, again, it's just not been an option for so long that I think it's just not on people's radar. Like, people didn't start to get interested into it until we saw it as like, oh, well, all these places around us are having these like profitable little distilleries and like getting into the craft distilling boom and that whole situation. It's like, why can't we do that? And then they try to, and then it was like, oh, you legally cannot do that, like on a federal level. Yeah. So now you have to go and do all the work to get this law taken down.
Which is it's a ton of work. If you're already an underrepresented community, access to capital, all of that. For me in my distilling career, no one ever told me, oh, your entire community is banned from this thing that everyone else can just do. Like that never happened to me in my career. And to get that overturned, it is no small thing. Like being involved
it took them quite a long time, didn't it?
Yeah, it took them several years to actually get that overturned. They were fighting that in court for a while because, again, these longstanding laws just kind of are there and people don't notice them. And then all of a sudden you have to slowly work your way through the various courts to get this law overturned. And it can be, again, it's like if you're a tribe that maybe has like more income coming in from a casino or something, like you can definitely like have resources to work through it, but it still takes time. It's a lot of energy. And a smaller group definitely couldn't have fought that. And it's so cool to see them like grow and like build a distillery. And hopefully this allows some of the smaller tribes that maybe don't have those sort of income resources be able to build stuff, or just even people on the tribal land who just want to, like, you own this land, you should be able to build that on it. But you couldn't before. So it opens up a lot of opportunities. It's so new that we're like very slow to like have tribally owned distilleries.
But I guess that's it, isn't it? It's the more people that talk about it, the more people are interested, the more like people like you, Rox, will be distillers or dream to be distillers. Because if it's more out there in the popular news and talked about more, then people have a dream to dream about. And they have something to go after, which I think is definitely what we want in the world, you know? Sorry,
No, not at all. Not at all. Maggie, pretend like you didn't even hear the beginning of this question. People like Fawn Weaver and yourself are both very vocal about their issues surrounding diversity in distilling. What is the American distilling community doing to redress the issues around diversity for all people? Is there a plan for compensation, a la Jack Daniels and Uncle Nearest? Or is it just about talking about it and hoping that people take up, not arms, but distilleries and move forward?
It's been a long 16 years. So I would say there are people. I think what Fawn is doing to harness the power of business within that system is really impressive. And like, I know people who've been impacted by that work in like a very positive way. And I really admire it. There's a project called Good Deeds spirits that is actually creating like a very meaningful paid experiential educational internship that's very active. It's not it's much more thoroughly integrated, I think, than a lot of the things that sort of existed pre-2020. Which were kind of like, oh, here's a free internship. It's like, okay, so only a rich kid can have that opportunity because I have to work for money. And so, I think that things have improved. Good Deeds I really admire it. Chris Montana, I don't know if you're familiar with his name, but I served as vice president to him as president for 2 terms at American Craft Spirits Association. And he's a young Black man who came from the legal field, who opened his own distillery in Minneapolis. And during the George Floyd uprising, he was obviously like very much caught in the middle of this, and his distillery had been, damaged in some of the expressions of liberty by a lot of the people in the community. And rather than get upset or get angry, he just like totally pivoted. He became like a resource center, making sure people has goods and, offering support. And it was really, really beautiful. And I saw the rest of the distilling community kind of like get clear on some things in that period of time that like I'd watched them struggle to get clear about. And you saw this groundswell of support around him. And I'm glad to say that a number of distilleries have continued to partner with him on this good deeds journey, because that's the thing. I think that we saw a large movement of people have a moment of clarity. And now, like, as soon as whatever happened, they just kind of went right back to sleep. And so I think that's been really hard to see. I'm not surprised, but a little sad. I think we could always do more. And I think that we need to really ask ourselves, like, what is revolutionary? Where it's like, with the queer community, especially like trans, NB, if you differentiate from the norm, like it is so much more challenging for you to access capital, for you to access so many other things in life. And I feel like, reading a lot about race science during the time of the enslavement, and, continuing issues we have, but particularly around colonial enslavement, it was really, really hard to look at, but so important to see how people used these kind of sick scientific justifications to say these people's bodies are shaped like this, so they're better people, and we should all try to be shaped like this. And these people, I cannot believe how much of those commentaries and languages still survive in us day to day. When we talk about, oh, I've been so bad because I ate, so now I have a larger body and that makes me a worse person. Like that all comes from this like colonial belief. And even though that's how it plays out in diet culture, that's how it plays out in ableism. It's how it plays out in racism. How it plays out when people are like, no, you have to confine to the gender binary, which was like a colonial invention. Like, it's really intense how these things then end up punishing us all, because when we don't attract distillers from the broadest pool possible, we don't get the best distillers in the world. If we I always would have people, so pre-2020, I'd have people reach out all the time and say, oh, women aren't applying to my distillery. People of color aren't applying to my distillery. Queer people aren't applying to my distillery. You have such a diverse workforce. How'd you do that? It's like, if they knew it was a safe place to apply, they would applying.
Yeah.
What we're doing is putting it out there that this isn't, well, you would come work with me, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
Some of these people, I would say no. I'd be like, no. If I were someone off the street, I wouldn't apply at your distillery, because I would see who works there and I think that's who they see as good. Like, so yeah,
it's so true.
Creating these spaces where people know they can succeed means you're going to get the best distillers in the world. It means you're going to be the most effective possible. It means you're going to make the greatest spirits, and it means that you're going to get different opinions and perspectives that will stop you from making stupid mistakes or not being as like productive as you could be. Like, it's just good business. Like, at a certain point, we're making bad business decisions. And so, yeah, it was exciting to see some of people's perspectives change. I remember the very first distillers conference I was in, and someone disclosed to me that they were non-binary and shared their pronouns with me and shared that that was for us and not for other people in the building to know. And now, you know, I think about that room that we were in with 1,000 distillers, and I know 5 or 6 people in there who identify as trans. And at the time, obviously, didn't feel comfortable speaking up or sharing, and maybe now don't share with everyone, but these people are here and we've got to make them feel comfortable and then attract even more people into our sphere of excellence. And then also be aware that we make alcohol, and that with underrepresented communities who often face really tough times, being aware that, like, you know, Beck Saron is one of my favorite distillers. We've done a podcast together about his trans experience in the distilling industry, and he's a sober distiller. And I think that, like, folks need to understand, like, you can still do this job and you can still excel and succeed. And if you don't need to be drinking, like, you don't need to drink. Like, and that's what makes our industry sustainable, is like, if people are drinking well and responsibly in a healthy way. If we're like, as an industry, just treating it like everyone should drink or shaming anyone for not drinking, like, we're putting our own industry in jeopardy. And that's something really important to hold when you're working with underrepresented communities, which often go hand in hand with addiction issues because of the way they're treated. If Indigenous Americans were paid in alcohol and kind of therefore addicted to alcohol by their employers, and then they'd abandon them on the side of the road without paying them and leave them, you know, like, this is something we need to be aware of, that it's been used as a tool in our industry, and we need to make sure we're not perpetuating that foundation.
It's absolutely been weaponized, and it is it's a whole thing. Honestly, one of the biggest reasons I left craft beer to go to distilling is because I just found the entire environment very toxic with regards to, like, the expectation to drink constantly.
Yeah.
Like there was like a constant expectation and you had to be drinking, and like the idea of like tapering off. I was like, I have a much better relationship with alcohol distilling than I ever did in craft beer. And that's just, no, it's a real, and to be fair, I was like, because it's, I think there's an idea with it where, like, because it's a lower alcohol, people will just drink constantly. And I'm like, and looking back, you're like, I was inebriated way more of the time than like distilling. It was like, I would never drink at work while distilling. Oh, you'd have a beer with lunch all the time while you're brewing. You just do that. That's like pretty normal. And you just like randomly drink during the day. And then you're like, I'm around heavy machinery. That's wild. It's wild that I did that. And, you know, but you're young and you're stupid and you're new to the industry and you do a lot of things. One, if everybody around you is doing it, it feels like the right thing to do. And then when you don't want to do it, everybody makes you feel weird about it.
Yeah. And that's where leadership starts at the top. Like, leadership starts at the top. And like, 100%. It is our responsibility, if you're in a leadership position, to let people know they're safe to work at your place. It's safe to say, hey, I don't want to drink. Like, that's your responsibility. It's not their responsibility to self-advocate up. Because if an employee comes to me and says, I don't want to do that, it's very different than when I say to them, I don't want to do that, right? The power dynamic is not even. And so just being aware that we as leaders have this really strong responsibility. And I think that, you know, to answer more of the question, some of the ongoing work we need to do is, how do we get rid of these mental ideas of like beauty as a currency? You have to have this type of, and beauty as we see it as a culture, like, you have to be this type of person, and therefore, like, you're a good person and you deserve to get rewarded, and therefore you have access to capital. You know, that person just feels right. Like, what does that mean? You know, how many times have we've interviewed a candidate and someone said that to me and I'm like, oh no, you know, so like, no. So it's like, you know,
I'm not gonna lie to you. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, my heart tells me this is the right one. And everyone just looks at me and I'm like, no. Like, I'm feeling this person. I'm not gonna lie.
And sometimes it is right, but there's
vibes are real, but
there's like a jokey newspaper here over in the US called The Onion, and one of my favorite headlines ever is like, guy knows perfect guy for the job. And it's like, yeah, so who are we working with and who are we bringing in? And then just like, you know, fellow white person to all white people, like, you know, when we're trying to work with and approach working with different communities, like, oftentimes underrepresented communities, their social intelligence has to be so high because of all the bullshit. And they can sense your like lack of realness coming 1,000 miles away. And it just takes a really long time, and you're going to be embarrassed and you're not going to get things right, but you got to like stick with it and see it through and keep showing up in your relationships if you want to have these relationships. Because I get outreach during 2020. Let me tell you how many people called me. How do you have friends like this? Do you have this network? I want to know these people. And it's like, I'm not introducing you. Like, I don't know that you're not going to all over these people. Like it takes time. You got to keep showing up. You got to be like ready to realize like what's high risk and what's low risk. And you're okay being like, I kind of messed up that time. I'm really sorry. This is how I'll make it better. This is how I won't do it again. And just keep showing up in your relationships. And it takes time.
And I think it's like when I wanted to do this talk, we talked a lot about it, like kind of how do we bring this element of diversity into this? Because this is part of We Are Whiskey. And for me, We Are Whiskey is about community. It's about bringing more people in. It's about showing many faces of distilling and drinking whiskey and the cultures and stuff. And I remember I was like, I remember hearing Rox talking at Tales, and I was like, oh God, I'd really like to find out more. And I went to Chuck and I was like, do you think it would be okay? Because I don't know. So I'm not coming from a place of any knowledge whatsoever. I'm coming from a place of fucking hell, I'm really interested. I want to learn more because I think it's so important to learn. You can't change without learning, and you have to be open to learning. And I think that's such an important part. And both of us were like, really, like, how are we going to do this? We know nothing about it.
Yeah, and balancing that desire to learn with making sure you're not the person who's sitting on the outside observing, but like not showing up. Like just being the surveillance, like you're surveilling it to extract good knowledge for yourself, but you're not participating in. And that's a hard line to walk. And especially for folks like me who grew up in a society that said my opinions are right, and if I have a feeling it's correct, and all of that stuff. So
because the truth is uncomfortable.
Yeah,
that's why. Rox, how do you feel acknowledging the influence and contribution that Native Indigenous people have made to methods of making alcohol has changed whiskey and will change whiskey when the veil is fully off?
Again, we've touched on this a little bit, but I think really acknowledging, again, you're seeing a lot, especially right now, everybody's so into heirloom corns, which are, I was like, the reason that heirloom corns exist is because Yellow Dent became the dominant corn, in part to wipe out our food systems. Like pretending that wasn't actually an active portion on the government to eliminate the diversity of food for us is silly. Like that was a real concerted effort, and that's how Yellow Dent became the corn that is the corn. Yes, it has a slightly higher starch content, but there's plenty of other dent corns and more diverse corns that you can use for whiskey making. And now a lot of people are rediscovering Columbusing these corns, if you would.
Great figures of this corn, right?
That is a new one, and I like it.
Columbusing this corn, if you would. We're now seeing actual studies come out about flavor congeners and how like using different corns contributes to more diverse flavor compounds and things like that, which I think anyone who's ever existed around these grains would tell you. But I think as we acknowledge that, it opens up, if we actually take the time to acknowledge the people that have been seed keeping these and keeping them for a while, it'll also open up different branches, because there's definitely varietals that we don't open up to outsiders. Like I know there's corn that y'all can't have access to because it's like one family grows it, and that's a whole thing. Yeah. There's diversity of flavor and stuff like that can really open up to things. Again, practices. I know that malt house that was making corn was really struggling with that. And had they just asked me, I could have been like, yeah, you have to malt it hotter. like it's a hot. They're like, yeah, what we found out is that you really have to do it hot. And I was like, yeah, that's why it's only desert people in the Southwest who do it. Like, it's like, yeah, it's like my grandma used to do that. It's not that hard. Like, you just need to know the season to do it, or the temperature. But it could make a lot of processes easier if you actually do that. But I think as we take time to do that, like it's like anything else. You get a more diversity of flavor profiles in general.
Yeah.
You open up the market to more people. Again, is like when you're excluding and you're only appealing to a certain subset of the population's taste buds, then you really limit from a purely capitalist standpoint, you really just limit your market and you're only selling to those people. And now you're competing to that. When you start using more indigenous ingredients and like these wider flavor profiles, it opens up your market to more people. And suddenly you have more people interested in actually consuming your product. So those are like really basic ideas about it. But, again, it's like, I'd like to see more acknowledgement as we go on of the contributions that we already made as we continue to make contributions to this industry. I'm excited for more native distillers to join the industry. Because I feel like because it's like, I can only speak for my tribe and what we know and to an extent. I'd like to see different people from different tribal backgrounds come in and bring those elements of what they've been doing for centuries into this industry. And I'd love to see more of that because I think that could really advance and change the industry in ways that I fully don't have a grasp of yet.
Okay.
And
I guess, moving away from just a monoculture as well when it comes to corn or grains, it can only be better for the environment, can only be better for the whole land and everything. And I guess
you definitely see a bigger turn towards like regenerative agriculture now with some of the smaller whiskey brands. And that's something that has to be learned. Again, it's like we've worked with this land for a long time. We know how to work and rotate crops and keep healthy environments and stuff like that. So that's also a big part of it, is like learning those elements of like, how do you work with your environment? Because that was the basis of our agriculture, is like working with your environment instead of against it. I feel a lot of European agriculture in America is like, let me change this and force it to grow the thing that I want to grow. And we're going to irrigate it and do all this stuff instead of just like, you can work with the environment and make those things. You can grow things that work with the environment and work to build around that.
The force and the control and the violence that's implied in all of that it's wild when you can finally like take off the glasses and see it. For myself, it was like, wow.
And there's so many arguments that, in the UK and the EU, GMO is like a dirty word. So actually, by working with things that aren't GMO and being more open to the flavors and things like that, you're actually opening yourselves to a wider market, full stop, as well. I think, people often say, oh, it's all about money and it's all about that. You can still make money, but work smarter, I guess, is
and in many cases end up making more money, in sugarcane, not to make it all about sugarcane. The islands are really, really, we're proud. Like in Barbados, we have pride in our sugar and like what this community has like brought onto this earth as far as the best sugar and molasses in the world that goes onto people's tables to feed their families. Like there's so much pride there. And the fact that we don't irrigate, the fact that we do this seasonal cycle. So we're only harvesting once a year, but like, instead of like forcing all these others and then resting the fields, like we get better crops, we get better output, we get healthier, like it is better business. It's often for us at where I work now at Mount Gay, we have an ability to grow really pristine cane with all of these high-end kind of like very natural, minimal input kind of stuff, because I'm very inspired from my wine experience. And I respect and understand that for the everyday farmer, that economic reality is really hard for them because of the economic reality, not because of how it's actually best for the cane, but because the system around sugar, because there's so many global powers at play trying to control politics and pricing, means that what they get at the end of the day it's hard to justify doing all of this extra work, et cetera. But if we were just looking at like what in the end over time makes the best reward, it is a lot of these practices. And we act like it's this new thing we all have to learn instead of saying, I'm implementing indigenous techniques and technology in my work. It's like we've repackaged it as this other thing.
Oh yeah, again, it was like the regenerative agriculture. I was like, it's just
indigenous agriculture.
It's just indigenous agriculture, but repackaged. So it's a fun sticker you can put on things.
The Columbus sticker.
Again, look at us Columbusing agriculture here.
Yes. I'm the white savior of agriculture.
I feel that's going to be the next word.
Yeah.
And I guess, probably there's a question there. It's actually not just about saying, I'm going to do this. It's about saying, I'm going to use the people around me that have the knowledge to do this. And that's the people that were doing it originally. So it's again, going back and working with people that actually, as you said, Rox, know the land and know how to get the best from it in the most sustainable way, because they be doing it. So use that know-how.
Yeah, collaboration is key. Reach out to your communities and employ them and get them to consult and actually teach you how to do these things the proper way.
Yeah.
I bring this up. It's not just like a whiskey thing. Like we see a lot with like gins and stuff where people are like wild forage, and I'm like, do you even know when to harvest that in a sustainable way around people? Like it's cool if you want to go out in the forest and pull botanicals, but like, do you actually understand the like life cycle of that plant to do it in a non-harmful way? Probably not. I was like, maybe consult with somebody who knows these things. Pay them for their time, because we live again in a capitalist society, and maybe pay people for their time and their energy. But employ these people, work with them, learn how to work with the land that you're on.
Yeah.
And you'll get an overall better quality product out of it.
Yeah. And don't Cortez them. Like, don't pretend to be their friend. Extract their knowledge for your own gain.
And then throw them away. Yeah.
Because I see
Maggie,
this
I've been
happen.
extracting knowledge out of you for years.
You and I have a meaningful relationship. We're close. You care for me. You're not using me to mine me and then throw me away when you have what you want. See, we have a good relationship. You text me in the middle of the night a question, that's fine. This distiller in the UK who's like, tell me blah, 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 without saying, do you have time? Do you have energy? Hello, my name is. Like, I'm just never going to answer that person. We have no relationship. Like, I don't know you. You're trying to mine me. Like, I don't like this. So I think
normally when I text you in the middle of the night, Maggie, it's like, Maggie, I love you.
I love you. And I'm like, you're so well-spoken and eloquent. I love you too, Dawn. See, reciprocal. But yeah, that's the whole thing, is like, be in relation, pay well, and then like, don't just extract and throw away, because that is colonialism.
Yeah. Learn to 100%. Build relationships with these communities and then continue them. It's great.
Yeah.
I think we've got, so I'm looking at the questions now, and now I completely lost myself, because I was just like, some of these topics we've gone,
we've gone real far.
I know.
I hear you guys. I really
doing the same thing. We're like,
have we asked that one?
We've done that one. Yeah. So maybe actually it's about kind of, I think stereotypes is something that's quite kind of key to pick up, because I talked about it in the last talk we were doing around women, and actually it's, how do you, stereotypes is self-fulfilling, and Sarah was saying, like, if you're told you're something and you act that way, it becomes something that, and then you give it to the next generation becomes something that you fulfill. And she was like, actually, we don't want to talk about women whiskey drinkers, we want to talk about whiskey drinkers. We want to talk about gin drinkers, not women gin drinkers or men gin drinkers. And how do we do that in a meaningful way for the next generation of people like you, Maggie, people like you, Rox, the new distillers that are coming through? How do we say, well, anyone can distill?
Yeah, I think it's tricky. I think bringing visibility is important. And then also there are times where, especially like, I'm fortunate enough to be part of the queer community where we make our own little community spaces. And like, sometimes you just want to be able to do a thing and like, not have to deal with the stuff. And so I can understand how some of these like spaces, like a lot of professional women I know, women and femmes, we'll reach out to each other when we're facing something, and we can share it and we can talk about it, and we don't have to do it in front of, like, I call them the cops, you know, the person who's like, but wait a second, da, 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 da. You know, like, why are you a cop right now? Like, why are you monitoring us? Why are you commenting? You're not the police. So, I mean, sometimes those spaces are really important for us to just like be free of like that kind of stuff. And I definitely see it, like, you know, in the community I live in now. I think it's, you know, there's definitely times where certain people will enter the room and the vibe shifts, you know, we all know, like, okay, now we do this person's here. And like, and I think it's good for people to have those spaces, but I don't think it needs to be like as tokenized, like women in whiskey can sometimes be, etc.
Yep.
So it's a hard line to draw, but I do think that the visibility is still important. I think community is still really important. And I think just like being aware of, like, for me living in the Caribbean, when am I a space invader? When am I, you know, going to be perceived that way? And it's not personal, and it's not like I've done anything wrong. It's just like, let people have their space. And then like, I'm invited. That's freaking great. And I have the most amazing time, and I feel the love. And it means so much. But like, if they like need to, like, you know, we had a huge employee cookout at Christmas, and like, it was really sweet that I got like invited, and it was like very much at people's homes, very chill. But I made sure like to leave a few hours early, so everyone knew like that, like, you know, I'm a lot of people, there's boss, like the boss isn't here, you know, like let them have like the evening without the boss around, like
it's so important. We had a beer festival, I want to say it was like a year ago, maybe two, that was like everybody and their mama's beer festival, and it was all the Black and brown brewers in the Bay Area, and I got invited because I used to make beer and everybody knows me, and it's one of those things where I was like, I had stopped going to beer festivals because I hated them. And I realized I didn't hate beer festivals. I hate white beer culture. And it was genuinely like, oh, this is the first time I've felt comfortable to like really drink in public, like to this extent at a beer festival. Because when you're Black or brown or Native and you're existing in a space, you don't get to just be a brewer. You don't just get to be a distiller. You are a Native distiller, or you're a Black brewer, or you're this, and that's like a precursor to everything you do. And you acknowledge that. And I have the added addition of like the stereotype with Native people is that we're drunks. So I don't get to get drunk unless I'm hanging out with other Native people. Like, at least not in an industry space, because I know that that's something that's going to be held against me.
Yeah,
because then
it's not true.
Yeah, and it's so it's like, oh, I can't do that, and that's fine, but I have to conduct myself in a certain way. And so I have babysitted so many of my white industry friends who were fall down, like slurring drunk, in a way that I would never be allowed to be out in public.
Yeah.
In an industry space, because I know that would brand me as an alcoholic immediately.
Yeah.
Like,
which is crazy.
Yeah. And so you have to like live with those elements. So like having those spaces, like Maggie was talking about, of like, you can just be around other people and you can just exist. And hey, you want to get a little less drunk because you have a DD tonight. Like, you know, you want to get a little sloppier than normal. You got a DD tonight. Cool. Well, how great to just be able to let loose like that.
Yeah. For me, working in the Caribbean, it's a very matriarchal society. So the vast majority of managers at Mount Gay are women. And when I go into work and I show up at work and I interact at work, like I just never have to think about it. And it has created like space and energy in my brain that like was never granted to me, particularly in my whiskey years in America, you know, like, and so for me, looking at my distilling team, because at Mount Gay, you know, we have 150 employees, maybe 10 are not, you know, Black. And for them to be able to show up at work and like be themselves and do their thing, like in a way that I know if they worked in an American distillery, it would be monitored. It would be, you know, it's like, you know, it's really, I think that wouldn't it be great if we could all just show up at work and not
Yeah.
pull our brains
And
into
not have to
stuff
code switch.
and just like do a great job? I don't know.
Hey, I always code switch, and it's a thing where it's like I talk different. I'm talking different now than I would if I was sitting at home and I was talking to my cousin who lives like next door to me. And it's a natural thing that you, and it's really sucks because I've trained a lot of other black and brown like brewers and distillers throughout my career, and it is a thing that you have to like kind of deal with them with. Where I'm just like, I know it sucks. I was like, but I know from experience, I've been doing this for over a decade. Like I've been doing this 11 years now. I was like, you are going to have to work twice as hard for half as much. That's real. I have one brewer friend who's a black man who works up in Oregon, and it was a whole thing that he said. He was like, no, I really thank you when you were training me, because like I initially thought you were a bitch because you like watched me fidget with this pump and we're like dealing with the whole thing. And I was like, no, I was like, because I knew you were smart enough. And that's why when you like looked at me, it was like, hey, well, how do I do this? And I was like, like, hey, dude, it's basic physics. And it was like, just take a minute and look at it. And so he did. He stopped, he paused, and he fixed the problem. And I was like, everybody for the rest of your career is going to think that you're stupider than you are. And you don't need that from me. Like, it's just the facts. I was like, I know you're smart enough to do this. If I thought you couldn't do it, I wouldn't have done that. But I was like, but that's the thing. You got to get used to people undermining you constantly and all these things. And it's just part of it, and it sucks that it's part of it. And I'd love that. And that's the thing was like, if we create these more diverse spaces, we create parts where you can bring your whole self to the situation and you don't have to live like this anymore. And it sucks though, because I do constantly have to bring new people on and be like, hey, this is how it's probably going to be. Like until you're in a space like that, where it's like mostly people that look like you who understand the situation, you're never going to get that experience. I've never been not the only Native person on the floor in any brewery or distillery I've worked at. Period. Just the thing.
And that's such a shame. And hopefully, you know, it's things like getting yourself out there and you talking and inspiring others, which, you know, both of you two and you know, Ortis as well. And, you know, I think all of us want that opportunity to inspire and bring the next generation through, because I think all of us sitting around this table today have in our own ways had challenges that are different to a lot of others. And, you know, I hope it's things like We Are Whiskey, and I hope it's things that show that there is diversity and there is so much amazing knowledge out there from so many different cultures and backgrounds. And, you know, we all can bring something to the table, and it's going to be something that's going to make better liquid and a better consumer experience. And
it's conversations like this, and it's, you know, even when you don't want it shone on you, it's accepting that, you know, you are part of a minority, a very loud and vocal minority at the moment. But if, you know, if you take your time to bask in that spotlight, others will see you and hopefully say, well, I can do that. You know, and when we have this conversation in 10, 15, 20 years time, you know, there'll be more people with backgrounds like ours and stories like ours who can come to the table and enrich the industry even further. You know, that's part of the reason why, you know, we do it. You know, we have a passion for the liquid, you know, but we all strive to see more people like ourselves working alongside each other within it.
100%.
Yeah.
So guys, on that note, I think it's a beautiful place to end. And so much love and thanks for you to join us at 3 o'clock in the morning in the UK.
You guys are champions. Thank you for being
I
here.
was gonna say, you guys are the ones dealing with it. I was like, it's like 7 here p.m. I was like, I'm gonna go out after this. It's gonna be great.
Well, I think it might go a little bit pear-shaped here, because I think it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I can't remember if we're meant to be making cocktails now or if we're making cocktails at 4 o'clock. At this point, I have zero idea what's happening next.
I say we just make them anyway.
Should we make them anyway? We have no
Just
ice.
do it. You can do it while you're.
No. So what you don't realize, Rox, is we can't make cocktails.
Oh.
So we've decided that at the very early hours in the morning.
When-
It'd be
when-
a really good idea to
when-
start learning.
When the fewest people in the UK will be watching.
As a
I'm
man
not going to lie to you. This
just
is on
makes
YouTube.
liquid,
Yeah, I
It's
know.
staying.
getting asked to make cocktails, I feel your pain.
Yeah, right.
I was like,
We're like, you can whip up a cocktail. We're like, we're distillers.
I was like, no, I'm a distiller. I just
Yeah.
make liquid. I don't know how to mix it with things. That's wild.
No, this is why I go to bars.
Yeah. I was a bar back at a pizzeria in college, and so like white Negroni, fine. Sangria, fine. But yeah, I'm not gonna. And this is the time when all the bartenders are like kind of getting off shift, and like
Oh
they're
my
all gonna.
God, right.
I don't. Yeah, they might be
They're gonna
watching.
read you for filth. It's gonna be a whole thing.
They're gonna be like,
I mean-
that's the wrong shape ice. Sorry.
It's going to be emotional. I'm just letting you know that now.
Yeah.
Well, I'm proud of you.
You got it. I think you've got it.
Oh,
Well,
but
I
guys,
just
we
think Dory
absolutely
rocks.
love you. I wish we had more time to delve into this because and any articles and anything, please send my way, and I'm sure you
Yeah,
would love them
likewise.
as well.
Yes, thank you. That'd be great.
The more we can learn, the more we can spread the word, and that's part of the journey as well. So
Yeah. Thank you,
guys,
hosts. You guys are amazing. It's a
Love
pleasure.
you
Thank you.
guys. It was great.
love you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, 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 bye. Oh, look at the love hearts. Okay, so
Right.
well, we have no ice
We also have no idea.
of what we're doing next. Hold on, stop. I'm in control.
Okay.
I've got the
Just
schedule.
checking notes. Yeah.
So if we are making cocktails now, if anyone that's listening to us from the back of house team maybe could find some ice, because frankly, that would help. The great thing is we're actually getting through some of these. Oh, it's a break.
Oh, well, that's good.
That's good. Is there a video coming? We may have a video, or it could just be us, and we're now going to figure out what's going on. Cut.
No video.
There's a film.
There's a film.
Okay, there's a video coming. Yes. Goodbye. We'll be back.
Everybody, and welcome to well, been here already for quite a while. For the wonderful world of Whisky 24 Hours. And we're jumping around the world, having a chat with people. And I'm very, very happy to be joined by Mac over in, where are you at the moment?
I am in Kyoto, which is one of the most famous cities in Japan, but I'm usually based in Tokyo.
Cool. So you'll tell us who you are and what you do in the wonderful world of boozy things.
Sure. So my name's Mac, and in terms of why me and you are having this conversation, I run a content platform, primarily YouTube-based, called Kanpai Planet, bringing you all, everybody watching, hopefully, the world of Japan's drinks direct from the heart of Tokyo. It's a project that I started in February 2021, and things have been going strong. And here we are now, 3 years later, with you all hopefully enjoying some of the content I'm bringing from Japan about whiskey, but also about Japanese sake, nihonshu, shochu, and the other delightful drinks that come from the land of the rising sun.
And quite relevantly, I'm literally sat at the back trying to be quieter for the IWSC Asian Spirits Judging. We're recording this a couple of days before we do our Whisky 24 thing, because yeah, Mac, being a very busy man as you are, you're running around in, well, somewhere in Japan, leading people around, telling them all about Japan while we're doing our recording of Whisky 24.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's Kanpai Planet, but there's also Matchin Planet, and Matchin Planet is a bespoke Japan tour business that I've been running since 2017. And there is thankfully some overlap between the world of travel because people want to experience many things. And one of the things people want to experience is the food and drink of Japan. And we have a lot of unique stuff. I would say what's fascinating about drinking in Japan, and Billy, I know you've experienced this as well, is not only from the whiskey side, not only do we now have, you know, over 100 distilleries in various stages of production making whiskey here, but I think you would agree this is also one of the best places to drink Scotch on earth, both because of the price point, thank you taxes, but also because of the huge variety of drinks. There's a lot of independent bottlers here in Japan bottling a lot of Scotch uniquely for the Japanese market, which is fantastic.
Excellent. So anyway, you know, diving back into yourself, how did you get into the wonderful world of whiskey? Where was your start discovering that you like whiskey?
Sure. My start was when I moved to Japan. So would you believe that the 27 years that I spent born and bred in the UK, including living part of the time in Edinburgh, I did not fully utilize that. It's something I really regret, to explore the world of UK whiskey, which was, of course, predominantly Scotch back then. But I moved to Japan in 2006, which is where I've been based since. And 2008, Suntory ran a very powerful advertising campaign promoting the highball, which is basically whiskey and soda, often in something as big as a pint glass. And that really brought whiskey back because, again, incredible as it is to conceive from now, looking back, from 1983 to 2008, Japanese whiskey consumption had been in a continuous 25-year decline. So given that everybody around me was drinking these highballs, I started to experiment. And over time, I started to get more curious about what it was that was the base ingredient of that. So that's basically the origins of kind of my interest in whiskey. And it was, I would say, around 2016 that started to get ramped up a notch. And I started to get very, very curious about what exactly was in my glass, you know, how it was made, who was making it. And I started to investigate issues of transparency and provenance, which really was, in a way, I now realize, a precursor to Kanpai Planet itself.
Excellent. Well, one of the things I know you do, you know, as part of your tours, as part of, like, you know, Kanpai Planet, is you introduce people to whiskey. You know, especially on your tours, I suspect there's a few people who've never really drunk it before. You know, what's your favorite way of bringing someone into the wonderful world of whiskey and sort of showing them what whiskey really is?
Sure, that's an excellent question. I think some people are a little bit scared of a few things about whiskey. It's something I encounter a lot, is that they really do associate whiskey with actually peated Scotch a lot of the time. So, you know, when you are bringing people first of all into whiskey, something a little bit more delicate, maybe a little bit sometimes on the sweeter side. And I know this is a word that is misinterpreted amongst certain of the whiskey community, but sometimes on the smoother side. You knew where this was coming.
Exactly. I see that.
You understand completely. But guess what? That this is the whiskey that Japan absolutely specializes in a way. Some of our more flagship whiskey brands, for example, the classic Hibiki blended whiskey from Suntory, is exactly a phenomenal example of something which has been blended to be delicate, something which has been blended for the Japanese palate, even something that's actually been blended to work well with food drinks that work well in a highball. And so I'm very lucky to have these tools at my disposal to kind of bring people in who may in the past have thought the whiskey was, as I say, either the taste was too strong or maybe the ABVs were too strong.
Excellent. Yeah, as someone who wanders around Japan, where are the best places in Japan that you can discover whiskey?
Well, like I said, we've now got over 100 distilleries in various stages of production. So obviously, going to the source is a phenomenal way to enjoy these drams. And if you visit some of the flagship distilleries of the country, so the biggest makers, Suntory and Nikka, you can visit their malt whiskey distilleries, Yamazaki and Hakushu for Suntory and Yoichi and Miyagikyo for Nikka. And you can drink these drams at cost price. So it can be a very cost-effective way to try things like Yamazaki 18, Yamazaki 25, Nikka, unfortunately, on the age statement side, a little bit tougher, but hopefully that'll be back soon. But yeah, so obviously the distilleries are great, but also we have an incredible array of whiskey bars, and not just in the big cities, not just in Tokyo, not just in Kyoto, but dotted all around the country. It's absolutely incredible. Even in the most rural and remote towns that I've visited, I can go into a local bar that'll have a bottle of the 2020 Tsuriwaka editions, those component Yamazakis, and you're thinking, how the hell did this bottle end up here? Well, it's all the better for the local inhabitants and me, who happens to be joining them for a dram on that evening.
So I know a few bars in London which really shouldn't have the whiskeys they do, but I'm not asking what lorry they fell off, but
yes, absolutely.
Even, when I was over earlier on the year, and I missed you at the Chichibu Festival, but just walked around afterwards. Chichibu, not a huge town, but incredible bars. I ended up in a Shochu and Aomori bar, went in the Highlander Inn. These incredible bars and incredible whiskies all over the place. As you say,
yeah, I mean,
really brilliant place to find things.
I'm glad you mentioned the Chichibu Whiskey Matsuri. That was going to be the third thing. So obviously you've got the distilleries, you've got the bars, and then you've got the festivals themselves. And incredibly, post-COVID, post the pandemic, Japan has decided to really go all out on these whiskey festivals. It feels to me now that there is one major festival almost every week, or at least every other week. Even some of these things that used to be smaller, more local affairs with just a few tables around have ramped their games up, and the distributors and the producers themselves are supporting these more local events. So if you're here, just check the whiskey calendar, do a quick Google, and you may well find yourself stumbling across a phenomenal whiskey festival in the very town that you're in.
Excellent. And one of the other things I know about Japan is people often focus on Tokyo and Kyoto, especially the big towns, and there's the classic tourist route of Tokyo, Kyoto, some down to Hiroshima and all that sort of thing.
Exactly, but what's known as the
north. Sorry, what was the name of the route? Sorry,
sorry, apologies.
Yeah.
The Golden Route. So that, as you say, the Tokyo, Hakone, Kyoto, Osaka, Hiroshima, Tokaido Shinkansen route, the classic golden route of Japanese tourism.
Yeah, well, and the thing for me was I still not been right to the north up into Hokkaido, but down into Kyushu in the south, it's really interesting. The whole of the country has this whiskey culture and drinking culture, which changes, and there's a lot to find no matter where you go.
Absolutely. So obviously we're focused on whiskey on this call. So Kyushu is a great example. You could head down there to visit Kanosuke. Kanosuke are a very up and coming Japanese craft whiskey distillery, but they originated from a shochu maker that was founded in 1883. And they're still making their shochu, and actually they're using some of that technology and expertise. It's informed their whiskey making. They've been aging that whiskey in recharged shochu barrels, but also their shochu distillery called Hioki has just released a very highly regarded kind of single pot still, sort of grain whiskey, which has taken the scene here by storm. So you'll find connections between whiskey and local culture. There's a number of sake breweries now that are also making whiskey and using sake yeasts in their whiskey production. So yeah, the drinks culture really does stem all the way down to Okinawa, in fact, where Aomori is the drink of choice down there, as you say, all the way up to the northernmost point of Hokkaido.
Actually, I mentioned it only as a little bit of a segue into our next session. We're going to be chatting to some folks in Japan all about the wonders of what's going on at the moment. But it's the thing I always get, see when I go over or when I speak to people is there's a lot going on and there's a lot more to come. And yeah, really exciting times ahead for Japanese whiskey and spirits in general. It
really is absolutely incredible with, the backdrop of shochu making that we have and the backdrop of Japanese sake and Nihonshu, then to now have this overlay of craft beer and also Japanese whiskey growing almost at an unstoppable rate. It really is a very, very exciting time to get yourself to Japan or go down to your nearest bar and see what Japanese whiskey selection they have. Excellent. Well, anyway, probably should do a bit of a wrap up so we can jump on to our next session. I can let you get back to what remains of your night. But if people want to sort of jump on, have a watch at Kanpai Planet, what's the best place they can find you? Sure, absolutely. Hi, folks. Excellent timing, that man. Welcome. Oh dear, mouthful of bread. Oh dear. Anyway, hello everybody, and good morning, and all that sort of thing. I'm not Dawn Davies, despite what the screen says. You can tell by the fact that I'm not wearing a T-shirt with some kind of wine brand slogan on it. But yeah, so welcome back to another session. Now deep into the running time of Whiskey 24 Hours. Yes. So I've been off the screen for a couple of hours, so I don't entirely know what's going on anymore. But please don't say that. Don't worry, I'm back. But, so we're now moving through the time zones, and we just saw a little bit of a chat with Max Salman over in, he was over in Kyoto, I think. And we've now moved around to Japan. Mm-hmm. So Japan is a really interesting place for whiskey at the moment. We've seen huge development in the UK and around the world over the past few years, but we've got to a point where the future of Japanese whiskey has become really, really interesting. So in order to have a chat about that, we thought we'd grab some people who live over in Japan. Excellent. And get them in to tell us all about what's going on. So please bring in our fabulous guests. There we go. And that's two fabulous guests and a third fabulous guest. There we go. Everybody's there. Good afternoon, everybody.
Still morning.
Right?
It's
still okay. As you've known when I emailed you all about coming to do this, I have no idea about time zones still to this day. So great to have you all on. Thank you very much for coming along. So we'll kick things off by just going around. If you could introduce yourselves, let us know what it is that you do in the wonderful whiskey world, and then we'll sort of go on from there. Sounds good to you? So yeah, Stefan, can we kick off with you? Let us know who you are and what you do in the wonderful world of whiskey.
Sure. Again, good morning. Both of you look very fresh for having been doing this for the better part of the day.
Lies, all of it.
It's working.
So I'm originally from Belgium, but I moved to Scotland and spent some years there. Actually, my move to Scotland was sort of motivated by whiskey. And then in 2000, I moved to Japan, and that was unrelated to whiskey. It was because of music. So I have a background in music. So I've been living here ever since, even though the original plan was just to be here for 1 year. Eventually, I started going to distilleries. To make a long story very short, I joined a blog set up by Chris Bunting called Nonjata. which brought people information about Japanese whiskey from the ground here. Chris had to go back home after a few years, so I kept going with the blog until 2016, when I started writing a book. So then I gave up on blogging. Also, people, it was a team effort, non jata, but people dropped out along the way, so it was getting harder and harder. Basically nowadays, most of the writing I do is for Whiskey Magazine, both in the UK, in France, in Japan, and a few other publications. And I do the update to the Japanese distilleries of the Malt Whiskey Yearbook. So that's in a nutshell what I do.
Thank you.
Excellent. Maya, do you want to tell us what you were doing in the wonderful world of drinks and whiskey, I think?
Yes. Good evening. Good morning. I'm not.
Morning.
Good day.
We haven't been to bed yet, so it doesn't matter. It's happy Saturday still, despite the fact it's definitely 3:30 in the morning.
Yes. Well, my name is Maya. I live in Kagoshima, Japan, in the southern part of Kagoshima. It was in the bit earlier with your taped bit with Mac. He mentioned it towards the end. And I'm the manager of a shochu bar, which is shochu is the native distilled spirit of Japan. And we focus on shochu from here, Kagoshima locally, but Kagoshima also has 10 whiskey distilleries, so we carry all the distilleries that are available on sale. And so I spend a lot of time introducing people to not only Kagoshima's local spirit shochu, but to the local variations of Japanese whiskey that are available here. And I've been living in Japan for 12, almost 13 years. Originally, I didn't come here originally related to alcohol, but to teach English, and kind of happened to have just stayed, which a lot of people just end up having the same story in some way or another. So.
Cool, excellent. And Liam, on to you. So what do you do in this wonderful boozy world?
Sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Billy McNulty. I started a website called communication.jp back in 2016. So actually around the time that Stefan and Nonjata kind of fell off, I think. So in that sense, kind of picking up where they left off. And I run the website since 2016. Also, I do some translation for the Japan Whiskey Research Center. On the executive committee for the Tokyo Whiskey and Spirits competition. And I've also translated the Japanese Whiskey Yearbook into English as well. Maya,
thank you very much. I have last year's version in Japanese, and as you will know from speaking to me when I was over in Japan, I do not speak Japanese in any way, shape, or form. I can read even less of it. So unfortunately, I didn't get the English translation this year. I have the Japanese one, which I now need to learn Japanese in order to read.
Okay, well, that's a good way of
it's a start. It's a start, So, well, cool. Thank you very much for that. But so really, we sort of want to kick off talking about now in Japan. What is the current state of Japanese whiskey? We've all seen a load of development over the past sort of decade or so. But actually, in Japan at the moment, rather than looking outside, it's one of the problems of talking about Japanese whiskey from over here, is that we have a very sort of European-centric view, and you guys have a much different view on the ground, as I've sort of seen the couple of times being over to visit. So what would you say the current state of Japanese whiskey is in Japan? Anybody who wants to sort of jump on that as a start?
Well, I think if I may, first of all, Mac has touched on this just now, the explosion in terms of the number of distilleries here in Japan. When I arrived here in 2000, there were 7 active distilleries. And then in 2008, Ichiro opened Chichibu Distillery, so that made 8. And then little by little, in the wake of that, you saw some distilleries opening up left and right. Then a couple of years later, you were at, say, 14, 15, 16. But then you saw an exponential increase. So, a year or two later, you were at 35. Then you were at 45. And now suddenly we're like, no one actually knows the exact number, I think. But it's way above 120, I would say. And a lot of these newer distilleries, they would have started setting up the distillery or started planning their distillery when there were only, say, 35 or 40 distilleries, thinking, oh, well, you know, there's room for another one. But of course, there were many such people and many such companies. And so now suddenly when these distilleries, you know, receive their equipment, fire up the stills and so on, they find themselves in the company of 120 others. So I think that's one of the most marked developments in recent years, I think.
Cool.
Sure. I guess I'd add to that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Billy.
No, jump in, man. I was about to ask a question to try and get you to say something, but you jumped in there already.
Yeah. I was just going to add to that you know, in addition to the explosion in the number of distilleries, what we're also seeing, I think, is a little bit more maturity in sort of the whiskey market as a whole. And when I speak about that, I mean, up until a few years ago, there was literally only one independent cask company here in Japan. So now you're starting to see also some, you know, cask brokers start up, for example. You've got a Japanese independent bottler now, TNT Toyama is the name of the company. So there's a little bit more, I think, maturity in the market that's also happening very recently.
Cool. And the other thing I was going to ask, you know, you're talking about the market in general, but on the consumer side, and this is something maybe you have a sort of more of an eye on. What are people in Japan, you know, not visitors, but actual Japanese people thinking about whiskey? Has that changed anything recently?
Especially, I think their perception of whiskey was like Scotch, the peated Scotch. You know, everything is smoky, and they're surprised to find non-peated whiskey made in Japan. They didn't realize that was also like whiskey. Just a kind of ignorance in the consumers, but now there's more exposure to it. And also, the world whiskey, everyone kind of was on the world whiskey bandwagon, and now there's more homemade Japanese single malts, and now we've got the Japanese 100% blended with Japanese single grains as well, and so there's a lot more choices that are made locally that you didn't have the option to choose a blended whiskey that was made in Japan before, and now there are some available. So things like that. And then people still prefer to drink whiskey in Japan as a highball with whiskey and soda. And then so people are surprised that there's also a Japanese term for twice up. It's a drinking style with 1-to-1 whiskey and water, which is ordered straight off the bat. And I'm like, no, let's think about this, and I'm not going to serve that to you. And first, we're going to give it to you straight or on the rocks, and then you can add water if you'd like. And so they're very surprised that that's not a traditional drinking method of whiskey.
Okay, where might that have that style of drinking whiskey come from?
Well, part of it probably is related to shochu drinking. Shochu is generally bottled at 25%, but it's cut with water or hot water, and so people consider the higher proof spirits as too strong, and so they should be cut with water to start with. But so the right off the bat, cutting with 50% water is normal in many experiences.
Okay,
excellent. But there is definitely, you know, as you sort of say, you know, we see from the outside a little bit of that change as well, because some of that is now coming over to us. You know, we are seeing exposure to more of these distillers. And I'd say probably, you know, to jump into a vaguely big topic fairly early, one of the biggest things we've seen is I have no idea, JSLMA, the JSLMA, the Japan Spirits Liqueurs Manufacturers Association, a series of words I've said significantly more times than I ever expected over the past 3 years. For those who don't know, there's you know, in Japan, the regulations are such that the whiskey, if you call something Japanese whiskey, it doesn't need to be entirely made in Japan. It can be imported and then blended, in a way created in Japan, but not created in a similar way to many other countries around the world, using the definition. And the JSLMA have brought in regulations for their members to change that, so that if it says Japanese whiskey, it is made entirely in Japan. Okay. What's the perception of that actually in Japan? You know, over here outside of Japan, people are saying, "Oh, we thought that was the case," because that's just the way things are generally in countries outside of Japan. I've always wondered, how are people in Japan taking to that? Is it a thing which people are concerned about? Is it a big thing? Is it something everybody's just ignoring, or?
Well, so overall, the number that I've heard is if you look at Japanese whiskey production in Japan, only about 10% of it actually complies with that new standard. So a lot of what these companies are making, first of all, they have, as you mentioned, Billy, they have to be members of the Japan Spirits and Liquors Makers Association for that standard to even apply to them. And so I think on the general consumer level, I think that it hasn't really trickled down yet. If you look at, whiskey, connoisseurs, then yes, they do. They have been quite specific about these standards for quite a long time. And when the standards were announced, prior to the standards being announced, a lot of people would refer to, SWA's definitions of Scotch and say, okay, well, actually, Japanese whiskey should probably be something similar.
And I remember sort of hearing from a lot of distillers, but mainly similarly this new wave of distillers, these folks we've seen, especially from Ichiro Kuto at Chichibu, and the folks have like followed on after him, that this is the thing that they're more especially concerned about. And I spent a lot, in a way, it was slightly annoying to me, because I spent a long time explaining to people about traditions in Japan and how this was the thing that was done and how it wasn't necessarily a bad thing, only for then a load of distillers to turn around and say, oh, no, we think it's a bad thing, and we should definitely try and move away from that. But as I say, it's something which is not even really trickled out to consumers over here yet, outside of the whiskey geeks and the people who ask me constant questions about it, because I once wrote about it. Do you think, though, in the future, is it something that's going to become more important in Japan, or is it? I don't really understand the culture of the average sort of regular whiskey drinker in Japan, whether it's something they'd be concerned about. I am looking at you a bit here, Liam, because you are the one who literally has a website which has got a list of all the fake Japanese whiskies on. So
and then Maya, please feel free to jump in.
Please, yeah.
I was gonna say, I think most people, there's in Japanese people are made in Japan. The brand made in Japan has a sense of like and safety, and people prefer things that are made in Japan in many ways. So if you have ingredients for any kind of food product, and they have to say, for example, if it's rice, if it's shochu, if it has rice in it, whether it was domestic rice or imported rice. So it has to say what the country of origin of the ingredients. So people do look at some of that in terms of a food safety perspective. But if it's, imported whiskey, they're drinking imported whiskey anyway, if they're drinking, Scotch. So I think it's not such a big concern. And many people aren't aware because there's very limited cases of transparency in current packaging and bottling. So they don't realize that the liquid that's inside is maybe not Japanese.
And also, if I may interject, so most of the whiskey sold, Japanese whiskey, domestically made whiskey, in terms of quantity, actually doesn't comply with those regulations, even, or especially the whiskey sold by the big whiskey producers in Japan. But I think it's a different segment of the market that those products are aimed at. So in the same way that, say, a baker might say, hey, we're making our croissants with butter imported from France. And the man or woman in the street would be, oh, that's wonderful. Okay, great. There is a similar sort of perception, with budget whiskeys, the ones that sell, the most here in Japan, the domestically made whiskeys that, if there is some elements, some components imported from Scotland or from the US and so on, as long as the flavor is great, and the price is right, what's the problem, right? So it's a little bit of a tricky thing. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree. Yeah, I certainly agree with Stefan on that. I mean, a lot of people, when you tell them, okay, this is 100%, fermented in Japan, distilled in Japan, matured in Japan, bottled in Japan, a lot of people are going to say, okay, well, that means it's expensive, right? So a lot of people might have the assumption that, a single malt Japanese whiskey or a single blended Japanese whiskey or what have you is going to be an expensive product. They're going to associate that with luxury. And so a lot of the major brands, the ones that introduced the standard, they might have sort of different segmentation for their product line. So you're going to see some, Nika, for example, has some whiskeys which are compliant with the standard, but they also have some whiskeys which are not compliant with the standard. And you're going to see a quite big gap in the pricing of those two bottles.
Okay. Where did the idea that a good Japanese whiskey has to be abhorrently expensive come from? Who was responsible?
I think it's because of the scarcity, of availability after the start of the boom, right? When people became interested in Japanese whiskey, because Japanese whiskey didn't used to be expensive. Even, I mean, at the Whisky Exchange, I remember, actually in the days when Karuizawas were released, the late '60s single cask Karuizawas and so on. I had enough time to go to, an internet cafe in those days. Obviously, I couldn't do it on my phone then. Was plenty of time. It was what Billy will know, maybe £200 and so on. So it wasn't expensive, but obviously that those sources dried up. The closed distilleries, Karuizawa, Hanyu, and so on. And then once people got interested in Japanese whiskey worldwide, increasingly there was not enough to go around because there hadn't been enough made the past 25 years. So I think partially it comes from that. The other part is, all the new distilleries that are starting up, they're looking at each other. Where are the price points? And so most people just, fix their products at about the same price that all the other distilleries do. Demand is still higher than supply. So, yeah.
So, I think I'd add to that. What really drove the introduction of the standard was the need for big brands to be able to make a distinction between genuine Japanese whiskey, and when I say genuine Japanese whiskey, I mean Japanese whiskey. This is, obviously completely distilled in Japan, because what you saw was sort of a lot of companies would come in with, imported scotch or imported bourbon, and then, barrel it in Japan, export it, and call it Japanese whiskey. They were sort of filling that gap that Stefan just mentioned. And the companies that actually were distilling in Japan needed to be able to somehow say to the general public that, okay, actually, this is the Japanese whiskey that you should be drinking, not that stuff.
And that bit when you sort of saying about the export as well, one of the things we've seen a lot of, and almost like the running joke for sort of exported whiskey is buy some Scotch whiskey, leave it in Japan for long enough to become Japanese, stick some kanji on the label, stick it on the English market, and all of a sudden you've found a very, very easy way to just create money out of nothing. Do a lot of those whiskeys, and the guys who are sort of doing that, bringing stuff in that's sort of the more newcomers to the market, does that get sold in Japan as much, or is that very much towards that export market?
Most of the brands that are doing that are exclusively for the export market. That's one of the things that I point out to people. If they're ever in doubt about a bottle, ask whether or not it's sold in the Japanese market. That often answers the question.
So yeah, so that's one of the things I go forward.
This also sort of ties in with a lot of the brands that you see in the United States, in particular, of barrel-aged shochu being sold as Japanese whiskey or Japanese grain whiskey, because in the United States the regulations are such that you can do that, but many of those Japanese rice whiskeys aren't actually sold in Japan because they don't comply to the legal standard for whiskey here in Japan. So.
Or for shochu.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, or for shochu.
We have a few of them which are, we actually now have a few barrel-aged shochus which turn up over here, which are definitely not shochu in Japan. The joys of Japan's regulations having color as part of it, and if it goes too dark, it's no longer shochu. Right. But you can sell that through France quite happily. And we have a couple of really interesting ones on the shelf here at the Whisky Exchange, which I now very definitely have on my shelf at home. But it's that very weird thing at the moment of seeing these things turn up over in Europe and going, that definitely is not shochu in Japan, the place where all the shochu comes from.
Yeah.
So, although I did speak to someone the other day in London who allegedly makes shochu in his shed out the back of his house in London itself. So it was quite nice. And I didn't go blind, so that's always a good start. So. Anyway, sorry, I'm not meant to be talking about shochu, although I very much want to. That's a different matter for another day.
It is.
But yeah. So trying to move on a little bit from sort of that side of things. At the moment, when it comes to in Japan, outside of the Japanese whiskies, you said there was a sort of bit of a world whiskey thing sort of going on. Are you seeing much expansion in that import of whiskies from around the rest of the world?
We're speaking of bulk whiskey that ends up as Japanese whiskey, or we're speaking of
of
imports in
more
general?
of like bottle stock that's coming in. Yeah, when I was at the Chichibu Whiskey Festival, Dan Zor, the guy who runs the Cotswolds Distillery, stopped off briefly. I remember it because he went to go and get something to eat. He just got off a plane, only had a credit card with him, and I had to lend him 1,000 yen so he could actually get himself some dinner. That's the point. He's not paid.
He's not paid.
He's not paid me back. He brought me some brandy, but he didn't buy me. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. But he said he ran in to the festival, and his importer was there, and he was pouring Cotswolds whiskey for people. So that's now English whiskey getting over to Japan. Are you seeing any sort of growth in that side of things?
Absolutely. I mean, there's new brands trying to get in Japan. Probably, I'd say every week now. I think for a lot of exporters, especially in the US, they look at the Japanese market as one of their biggest potential markets. Also, Australian whiskey is growing quite rapidly here in Japan as well. So I think that there's definitely been a lot of growth. What we haven't quite seen yet is Chinese whiskey. Chinese whiskey hasn't quite made its way into Japan yet. Taiwanese obviously, has been quite here for a while. But yeah, Chinese not yet. But for the rest of the world, there's definitely a lot of companies interested in getting into the market here.
Okay. It's a difficult market to break into, though, because people are very resistant to trying whiskeys from outside the major whiskey producing regions. I still remember in the early days of Westland, early days meaning like the first couple of months when they started producing. I had Matt Hoffman over in Japan, and I set up some tastings at bars in Japan, trying to get people interested. And there were several importers, I won't name them, because they'll probably regret that now, who said, "Yeah, well, people will try it, especially if it's for free, and people might buy one bottle, but you're going to have a hard time selling 2 or 3 bottles of American single malt to people." Now that's panned out differently for Westland, and I'm a huge fan of them, so I'm happy about that. But there is that sort of thinking very much, and obviously, importers will take on these brands and try them out, but it's very difficult in my experience.
Speaking from just a consumer point of view, here locally, we have a brand new liquor shop just opened on the 1st of May. And it's a branch of an existing liquor shop that, wholesales kind of distributes liquor to bars and restaurants. And they just opened a whiskey edition. They focus only on whiskey on their shelves. And I went in, just pop in, and there's a lot of course, the local companies are well represented, more than their fair share, to be fair. And then, but there were shelves and shelves of Irish whiskey, of Scotch, of the different kinds of whiskeys that you would not have normally seen here locally in the market until now. So it's not just for food and beverage, but normal consumers can go in. So there's more exposure, there's more options now for people.
So there is an appreciation for, or growing appreciation for world whiskies in Japan. It's not so insular that they don't want to look at any other type of whiskey.
Definitely.
Okay.
It's what I was only visited a couple of times, but I was over earlier on this year, and before and after the pandemic, saw quite a big sort of difference in just the little bits of when I was over. One of the things I was most impressed about was when I came down to Kagoshima down the south and met you, Maya. The growth in the number of distilleries, especially down there. And I'm going to talk about shochu, I do apologize. But the fact that a lot of the folks down there, it seems to be going with that traditional distillation as well. So folks making shochu are now sort of looking into producing whiskey as well, and sort of using that sort of more traditional knowledge they have to then sort of piggyback into the sort of the whiskey world. Is that thing you're seeing? You're seeing a lot in Kagoshima, but are we sort of seeing it expand beyond the south into the rest of the country as well?
I think Kagoshima now has 10 companies, which, Liam, correct me if I'm wrong, is the second most after Hokkaido in Japan. We were the most for a while, and I think Hokkaido came up again. but it's not traditionally seen as a whiskey making area. But we have more distilleries than most of the other prefectures in Japan. So because this shochu is a distilled beverage, because all the companies here making shochu making whiskey have a shochu background. They're used to making distilled spirits. They're used to aging. They're used to using barrels. So they have a foundation to work on that's not entirely starting from scratch. If you were a startup, or if you were, for example, a sake brewery switching into whiskey. So you have a very different foundation to work on, to start on, and your expertise of your staff and your facilities are much different. So you have kind of a leg up getting into the business, I think.
Okay.
I think I'd add to that, Maya, that one of the things that quite strikes me as really interesting about, Kyushu whiskey in general is you're seeing a lot of those companies are trying to bring elements of shochu production into whiskey itself. So Mac mentioned earlier, for example, that Kanosuke uses ex-shochu casks. There's another distillery over in Miyazaki Prefecture called Osuzuyama, and they're using, for example, steam injection inside of the pot still itself, which is something that's really not done elsewhere. And you're seeing places use stainless steel pot stills, for example, or they're using vacuum distillation. A lot of elements of shochu production which are quite unheard of in whiskey. That to me is one of the definitely more interesting aspects of Kyushu in general for whiskey down there.
Yeah, if I may add to that, so I visited a couple of these newer distilleries in Kagoshima. One of the more interesting ones, I think, recently is Hishida Distillery, which is on the Osumi Peninsula. Most of them are on the Satsuma Peninsula, and so they're a shochu producer. And as Liam said, they're harnessing that knowledge, not only the knowledge but also the equipment to whiskey making. So there's less of a sort of capital injection needed to add whiskey onto the production facilities, or even just completely switched to whiskey making. So in their case, they have these stainless steel stills, and so they created inside the neck of the stainless steel still a sort of drawer. And when they're making whiskey, they're putting these copper honeycomb things inside that drawer that goes into the neck to sort of have a little bit of a purifying effect on the distillation. And then when they use the same stills for shochu making later on, again, they take that out because obviously they don't want that pureness. They want the flavors of the raw materials coming through. So they're making both malt and grain whiskey in that sort of style in a batch variety. And they're experimenting with a lot of interesting things. So, for example, in the case of that distillery, they're making a grain whiskey, and they're also using, as part of that mash bill, roasted unmalted barley of the kind that's used to make mugicha in Japan, barley tea, which is a staple of hot summers in Japan, not only in Japan, but other parts of Asia as well. But and I've tasted some of the new make made with that, and it's grain whiskey, but it's very characterful, very flavorful grain whiskey. So I think that will be an interesting development. I've just given one example now of that particular distillery, but there's other distilleries doing similar things or experimenting with how to make flavorful grain whiskey.
Sorry.
Just to add to the roasted barley for that particular distillery, that's one of their most popular shochu ingredients because they have a roasted barley shochu. So they've just switched that into their whiskey production. So it's something they already had a process for to make, and so they were able to use it in a new way. So it's definitely, they're being very inventive about their ingredients and their facilities in many examples.
I mean, from even like the couple of places I visited when I was visiting, I went to Hyoki, Kinosuke's sister distillery, and they have a new whiskey coming out in the summer, which is a pot still. I did point out the Irish may not be very happy about that, but they seem to have taken it over to Ireland, and everybody's quite happy with the whole situation, which is quite nice. But they are using a mixture of malted and unmalted barley in the Irish style, but they're also using one of their shochu stills. in a weird bit of the distillery next door to one of the strangest stills I've ever seen in my life. And it's they're not using that one, but they're using the one next to it, which is a stainless steel vacuum still. So low pressure, stainless steel still. And I was told this and I smiled and nodded and went, anything you say, yep, okay, if you say so. Thinking in my head, that's going to make one of the most horrific whiskies I've ever thought of in my life. And at the end of my tour, Shihara-san flung up a door and just went, and this is that whiskey. And this incredible smell that I've never been over to the US to be to a distillery there, but it's exactly what I imagined a rick house in the US to smell like.
Oh, okay.
I sort of stood there and went, how is it you have created this thing using a shochu still and, you know, stuff from Ireland and create something that tastes more like American whiskey than almost any American whiskey I've tried.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
well, I have two big houses in the US, and yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous place, and hopefully we're going to get it in the UK soon. And I know you guys have got a bit of it knocking around in Japan already, and you know, I think it's going to the US as well. But seeing that sort of like, you know, that's taking inspiration not only from the Japanese ingredients, but then going that and moving it into a sort of flavor camp that sort of sits between the US and Ireland and Scotland a bit, and is sort of really playing around and sort of pushing the boundaries of what Japanese whiskey is.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but continuing on that sort of line, are you seeing people pushing again what Japanese whiskey is? You know, the regulations in Japan are a very, very different focus, I think is the nice way I would put it, to many other countries. You know, it's the tax people are the folks who sort of govern the regulations, it seems, a lot more outside of just Alma and their new regs for themselves. Are you seeing distilleries outside of the whole, let's just stick some kanji on it and chuck it over to the overseas? Are you seeing people push, you know, what whiskey is in the way that we are seeing in lots of other countries who are developing their own whiskey styles?
I think that one of the good things about the standard is that it specifies that you do need to mature in a wooden, it just says wood, it doesn't say oak. So I think that a lot of people are taking that to mean that you can also be able to mature it in, say, cedar, for example, or a sakura cask, for example. And that, I think, is going to be one of the things that's going to set Japanese whiskey apart going forward. That's one of the things that's really going to drive. I mean, yes, a lot of people like to talk about Mizunara, but the reality is that Mizunara is prohibitively expensive for a lot of distilleries. So I think that there's going to be a lot more experimentation, I think, going in the cask side.
When the regulations came in, were they widely met with agreement, or was there some pushback?
I think that in terms of the content of the regulations themselves, I think most people are, you know, had been on board with that to begin with. I actually ran a survey on my website about maybe about 2 years in advance of the announcement of the standard, but the results of the survey pretty much agreed with the actual standard that came out. So I think that a lot of the drinking public had sort of expected that kind of standard, expected it to be largely based on, you know, the SWA regulations.
Okay. I think the regulation is a strong word. The suggestion maybe is
yeah, the standard.
they're just suggestions anyway.
There is some work.
Oh no,
there is some work going on to get that into actual law. There is some work going on right now to try and get that into law at some point. But yeah.
So I think it's because they're very at the way they're written now. They're very minimal. So it's very, if you want to comply, if your company is in the mindset to comply, then it's quite easy. It doesn't have to be 3 years aged, right? Either. I think there's some very interesting interpretation. So it's easier to comply to it than as strict as Scotch.
I do like the term polite suggestions. Is the way I've always thought about it. And yeah, the question you just asked, who's enforcing it? There is no enforcement. Okay. But anyway, moving on. Oliver's sort of popped up a question, but there was another question that he popped up with beforehand, which I quite liked. Is one of the things when we talk about drinking in Japan is that it's very much eating involved as well. The way that I've always talked about it is that it's not so much in the French style of things where it's, oh, here's our fantastic dinner, what should we pair with it?
Yeah.
It's more a case of, well, you're drinking, so of course you're eating something as well.
Okay.
It's sort of like it's almost like seemingly feels like the other way around. With a lot of these sort of new whiskies and people pushing new development, is there tying into sort of like food culture and local food culture going on, or is it just more a case of they're focusing on the drink side of things?
I guess Maya, go ahead. You probably have more to say on this.
I think most people don't consider whiskey to be a drink you drink with food, like with dinner, except maybe in the case of the highball.
Well, that's what I was going to exactly say. I mean, it's realistically, that's why the highball was developed, is because, you know, Suntory decided that if you're going to, you know, kanpai with something, generally it would have been beer, but they also wanted to make whiskey part of that. That's why the highball was developed.
Okay. The reason why I went, oh, is the fact that one of these sort of, there's lots of incredible myths about the joys of Japanese drinking culture and stuff like that, which I've realized I'm being horrific and have continued many of them. And now I'm going to have to pester all of you a lot more to teach me where I'm always wrong. But one of the things we're always being taught is the fact that a lot of development in the Japanese whiskey front has been to tie into that idea of drinking and eating and that sort of combination of things. But I say outside of the highball, as you say, you know, if that's not such a big thing, it's I need to go and rewrite all of those slides basically at that point in time.
Get your book translated properly. Yeah.
Oh my God, it's even written in a book. Oh no.
I think though, for most companies, especially their flagship whiskeys, they always make sure that they're very versatile and that they work in those different settings, whether you know, neat or on the rocks or in a highball or Mizowari and so on. So I think there is an awareness of that. You hear a lot of producers talking about that when they develop a core range product. So yeah.
Yeah. When I was over recently, I was having a chat with a vaguely famous bartender who'd just sort of come on to work with one of the major Japanese whiskey companies to actually work specifically on serves and to try and expand the way they sort of like drink their whiskey.
Okay.
So I apologize in advance to the people of Japan that you're about to have that pushed on you in the way that they've expanded it everywhere else in the world as well. So, question from Frank over. Oh, up in Glasgow. I'm not entirely. Well, I know exactly why he's up at this time in the morning. He probably hasn't gone to bed yet. But so, should there be another level to provenance labeling? And this is something where, you know, Frank, I know, and I talked about this in the past across Scotch whiskey and other whiskies around the world. So looking at the actual ingredients themselves, because one of the things in Japan is that you don't grow vast quantities of barley. And so do you think that's a thing though, you know, local barley, is that something that people in Japan sort of care about?
For most distillers, it's a niche sort of project, right, to use local barley. Most of the craft distillers do it. Now, also some of the bigger producers started doing it recently again. But it's just extremely expensive to do. So I don't think it will be doable, not even for a craft producer, or although there are maybe one or two out there who are trying to use 100% locally grown or domestically grown barley. But it's very difficult because it would put your products at a very high price point, and they're already priced high as they are. So yeah, so there's that obstacle. Even though, as I said, for most craft distillers, they like to to do a couple of weeks a year distilling local barley. But we haven't really seen any products, with the exception of Shizuoka, I guess. But even from Ichiro and so on, where that difference that we assume is there, because that's the reason why they're doing it, is showcased. We haven't really seen that. Maybe that's something that will come in the future, where craft producers will say, hey, this is distilled from locally grown barley, and this is from barley imported from the UK. We can taste these differences when we visit distilleries. So I visit Maui Distillery, which is a small distillery on Hokkaido, and they let me try the new make distilled from barley grown in the UK and then locally grown Hokkaido barley, and it's very different. They're both high quality, very good, but very different. But like I said, we haven't seen any products really other than Shizuoka, showcasing that.
Are there other grains that grow locally that perhaps could be used without such an emphasis on barley?
Well, obviously Japan has a strong rice culture, and however, the problem with rice is it's a huge hassle to actually distill into whiskey. It basically, you have to turn it into like a gel, which ends up requiring a ridiculous amount of cleaning afterwards. So unfortunately, it's probably going to be like local barley. I mean, Stefan mentioned Shizuoka, and the number that Nakamura-san says is, double to triple the price of actually importing barley to use local barley. So there is rice. You've got soba, for example. That's the other kind of Japanese, well, questionable about whether or not it's a grain, but in any case, you have seen some soba whiskeys, rice whiskeys as well. But I think that those are experimental at best.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. There was a release by Mars Tsunuki for their 7th anniversary last autumn, and it was 100% local barley.
Yeah.
But there were 563 bottles. So like we have one at my bar because I went and bought one, but it's a prohibitively limited, it's not, but they're experiment sorry.
Also, it was very long age. 7 years is long in the current whiskey scene. So it was yeah.
The problem also with the local barley is the difference in the barley itself is at the alcohol yield and the things like that they're having. They have to, what type of barley are we going to use? The local strains are different from the ones you'll get from Australia or the UK. So in terms of making alcohol itself, using just local barley, you'll get very different kind of yields, I think.
And to dive into my shochu obsession yet again, my Aomori obsession on top of that, I did some work with the Okinawa Distillers Association over lockdown, where they're now looking at using local rice, because in Okinawa they normally import rice from Thailand to make their Aomori. And I remember the first comment was exactly as you were saying, Maya. Local rice, when you're using like short grain rice versus long grain rice, it may be slightly larger difference than you get on the barley. But the distillers were telling us about how they tried to use this local rice, and we got some little sample bottles of this fantastic sort of Aomori, very, very different to their other stuff. We asked these guys, could you tell us about the process? And we got 15 minutes of tales of woe from every single one of them, telling us exactly how it had gone wrong in every single way absolutely possible, and how it was all so very, very different. And so, yeah, it's one of those things we find all around. But it was slightly more extreme of literally long grain to short grain rice, and the processing was different. But yeah, it just comes down to, and one of the things they were asking themselves, and that is it worth that difference? Is it worth that thing to have that little stamp of approval? And the main reason I did some work with them was they asked me, so do other people do this and actually go through all the hassle of using local stuff in their spirits around the world? To which the answer is, yes. Let me talk about that for 2 hours and tell you all these different people. So there's definitely this sort of thirst for knowledge, and so that sort of ties into another question. One of the things that I'm seeing quite a lot of is that the Japanese distilling industry is quite insular. They speak to themselves, and while there's been some inspiration from outside, often they sort of like then develop internally, and my favorite one being and Liam, you and I were both at the World Whisky Forum this year, where we had the guys from Nikka and Suntory sitting on the same stage together and acknowledging the shared foundations of their company, which is something they don't do very often. There's very much a sort of separation within it. There's lots of very, very insular companies not talking to each other. Are you seeing a lot more cooperation between the various distillers these days, or is it still quite frosty between them?
I think that there's more cooperation within the craft distilleries, not the majors. Billy, you probably remember from the World Whisky Forum, one of the questions was that if we're ever going to see stock swaps between Nikka and Suntory, and both of them flat out said no.
If I remember correctly, they grabbed the microphone to try and say no the fastest. Only difference being Jota Tanaka from Fuji, who said, well, the thing is, the thing is, and then explained it more. But then
it's interesting to see, because you hear a lot about, I think with the new craft distilleries, a lot of them are sort of, you have a distiller who maybe studied for whatever 4 to 6 weeks at Chichibu. You're seeing them, have sort of maybe an internship kind of situation, or it's not just a matter of somebody from First Lights came over for 4 weeks and trained the staff. It's a lot, I think, of people that have worked locally, people that have been able to find an opportunity to develop their kind of expertise within Japan. However, I would say that's limited to the craft scene.
Okay.
Especially here in Kagoshima, to speak locally, all of the whiskey companies are shochu companies, and they already have a shared history going back even maybe more than 100 years of being in the same industry, and maybe the presidents went to university together. They have grown up together in the same industry, so there have already been stock swaps of shochu here in Kagoshima, which is very rare in the business. And so there's already a precedent for those companies that are both now in the whiskey business to future stock swaps without naming any names. So.
It's happening then.
Yeah, that's really cool. We've seen a bit, I know, between, I've tried some blends of some various different people who've done some bits. I've heard tales of more. But again, that whole thing of like cooperation and a more public cooperation.
Yeah.
I went to see Hinokami Distillery, which is by a family member of the guys from Mars, from Hombo Shuzo. And so it's that whole thing of members of the family are now going out on their own, but with a little bit of support from the family as well. And that they've got like 120 years worth of history of this family sort of creating, shochu and now whiskey. So it's nice to see that sort of, again, new companies coming out of that, but also that support in there as well.
Hinokami also, they have their own cooperage, which is very unique amongst the distilleries here.
Absolutely. Yeah.
They didn't show me that bit. Oh, I wish I'd known. I would have asked.
You didn't see that, the fire.
And they also make grain whiskey, as you may have seen the new continuous still that they installed there. Yeah.
And that was a bit which I found really interesting because the guys, they were obviously shochu distillers who had then gone on to be making pot still whiskey for about a year or so, and they were getting into it, and we tried the spirit, and they obviously knew what they were doing, and they getting some really nice spirit out of there, and they had some collaboration. It was nice to learn a bit more about it, but they had this grain sort of like column, and they said, well, it's been running for about 2 or 3 weeks now. What do you think of this? And it was very much more we're learning, we're trying to work out how this stuff works. And so there's a lot of folks who are getting that point of setting at the beginning of, saying, right, what do we want to make? How do we want to make it? What character do we want? And so there is that really exciting time of a lot of these new craft distillers really setting their paths for the future, but also setting their sort of styles of their distilleries. And, really sort of interesting to see that going on. It was also just really cool to try some new grain spirit. You don't get to try new make grain spirit very often, especially not from a new distillery.
Yeah.
So.
Did you find, Billy, on your visit, this is something that I found that whereas, and this also applies to some other distilleries I've visited recently, whereas they're very open about their malt whiskey making procedure, they're very secretive about how they make their grain whiskeys, because I think that's where sort of the innovation and the opportunity to put your own stamp on the flavors and so on that you're developing lies. So did you find that when you were visiting Hinokami?
I was quite impressed actually. They again, I think someone may have said too much because I think somebody else then gave them a dirty look afterwards. And that's also one of the stories I've heard from other folks who've visited distilleries in Japan, especially weirdly sort of journalists in the UK, is they've gone over on trips and gone around and taken notes. And at the end, someone said, oh, by the way, please don't write about anything you've learned in the last 3 hours. And so the whole thing, as you say, that being quite secretive, they're quite open to me. And the way they were producing their grain whiskey, they didn't give me everything. They gave me a couple of little bits of like, oh, that's very interesting. They're doing a distillation before it goes into their column still to sort of like help the process of sort of raising ABVs so they can actually have that. And again, it's that learning how to use the equipment they have and finding procedures and methodologies which help that sort of process, as you said, developing flavor and developing the character they want. Yeah. But yeah, I was very impressed actually by the openness when I was being shown around, and the complaints from folks who I've spoken to over in the UK who said, oh, we visited these people and couldn't get information. I have since poked them towards a few people in the companies who I've met over there who have said, oh yes, we very much like them to talk more about what we do. So there seems to be this gradual opening of things in general. I do remember the reaction from a number of friends of mine in the audience of the World Whisky Forum when someone from Suntory mentioned, sort of having this sort of connection with Nika, and the Nika going on board and saying, and of course, our founder was originally working at Suntory, and this sort of strange silent ripple went across the room with a load of the other world distillers sort of going, oh, that's very nice. And a few people, my friend Ollie Chilton, who works for Elixir Distillers, sort of did bounce over to me afterwards and say, that was quite special, wasn't it? So seeing that, even if it is, they're not going to swap casts anytime soon. We know that. They almost punched each other on stage to show it. But it is really interesting to see that more openness just in general, and again, something which I've seen a lot more of it is for the UK market. There's a lot more information in English as well.
Yeah.
And so for a long time, it was a real hassle to find out anything at all. It's when we start, one of the reasons I know Stefan is from hassling him about, do you know anything more about this? When we sort of have things turn up in the UK. But it's something we're seeing a lot more of, is that sort of not only being open to export, but being open to give information out to export markets as well. Are you seeing more of that as well? So more as people who are Japanese speakers, but also English language speakers, are you seeing sort of more sort of English language stuff popping up in the Japanese whiskey world?
I think they understand there's a need. Go ahead. No. Because if they're exporting, they're going to have people ask them, and so having minimal is no longer acceptable, I think, if you want to be competitive. So you need to provide more information for your consumers if you want people to choose your product over the 120 others that they could have chosen, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody starts a Japanese whiskey distillery these days without export market in mind. And when we're talking about the export market, yes, it's probably going to have to be in English. So at the very least, everybody is cognizant of the fact that they need to have some materials in English somewhere. Maybe it's not as comprehensive as the Japanese, but at least they understand that there is a need for that.
But to go back to Stefan's point earlier about the grain, there are some distilleries locally that I've worked with, and I've done the signage for the tour, explaining what this machine is, and they're very pointedly not included in the grain stills, so they're not part of the tour for the local,
So I've not visited. I've only visited Japan a couple of times. So I've not been to very many distilleries, but there's many things I wander around where I've asked a question or something, and someone's gone, anyway, I'm just moved up very politely, sort of brushed over my question.
You don't ask those questions.
Yeah, no. Whereas in Scotch distilleries, they'll generally just be rude to me before not telling me anything. So, but again, talking about that sort of export market sort of thing, the source I've had for quite a lot of that is, of course, Stefan, your book, and now the second edition of your book, which you have very annoyingly added a lot more stuff that I now need to learn and try and work out when I'm doing my writing. But that's one of those things we've seen a lot over, the past sort of 20-some years, and we're quite proud of the Whisky Exchange. Sukhinder, who was on earlier on tonight, and during one of the sessions went upstairs because he sold the company and doesn't get a chance to try all our whiskies. He just literally ran around the tasting room and pillaged the tasting room for all the whiskies he hadn't tried. And he ran in because he wants some of the whiskies that are hiding here in the backdrop as well. And they said, can I just go into the middle of the thing and sort of grab a load of whiskies? But he's very, very, very proud about bringing Japanese whiskey over here to the UK. He was one of the guys who originally brought Kurosawa in.
Mm-hmm.
But even Yamazaki 12-year-old and Hibiki 17, he was quite instrumental in that side of things. And one of the things we've seen a lot of over here is this reticence. Well, let's say you're saying reticence in the Japanese market for people to try things that aren't the traditional companies. We got Yamazaki 12 selling well by including minis with every single order for a few months. So all of a sudden people were just getting a freebie whiskey and went, oh, I'll try that. That's quite nice. I'll buy another one of those. Can't quite afford them quite so much now these days, the Yamazaki 12-year-olds. But it's a thing that we're seeing. We're seeing, actually, if anything, a bit of a slowdown at the moment in whiskies that are coming over to the UK. You know, we still see new things coming over, but just not as much. And are you seeing lots of new releases in Japan at the moment, or are you sort of seeing a similar thing where it's sort of slightly calming down from where it was a little while ago?
I think there's not that many new releases, to be honest. I mean, you know, we've come to expect some sort of semi-regular releases from you know, some of the leading craft distillers. So Ichiro releases something every year. You know, Mars has their, you know, their Tsunuki annual release, their Komagatake annual release, and so on. And these are very, well, not so much Ichiro stuff, but, you know, the Hombo stuff, and so on. They're fairly easy to find. But other than that, of course, there's single cask releases for various bars or various retailers, but they're extremely difficult to get hold of. You know, I'm sure it's the same situation in the UK, right? With ballots and having to have very fast fingers to click when something goes on sale, that sort of thing. So there's not all that much being released, to be honest, here. So some people visiting Japan think it's this promised land in terms of bars, absolutely. And they're like, oh, where can I buy all this wonderful Japanese whiskey? And most of the time I'm like, please tell me, because I would like to know too. So it's not that easy. It's not because we're here at the source that it's easy. And actually some companies, some of the bigger companies, they actually prioritize, you know, foreign markets over the home market. Because that's part of the philosophy a little bit, that, you know, you take care of home last. So there's that. So yeah.
The new releases that you do see are, you know, it's going to be newborn this or new make this, or, you know, 3-year maturity this, or limited edition XYZ. So it's not really major new releases, I'd say. Yeah.
Yeah, that's sort of leads into my sort of next thing, is that we seem to be at this weird sort of cusp point at the moment. I think you're just on the edge of something in Japan. You're talking about, you got all these new distilleries which are starting up, you know, potentially more than 100 of them. And yeah, even when I was over in Japan last time, there were a couple of distilleries which had just released things or were just getting ready to release things. We seem to be at this point where we're about to start seeing a lot of new whiskies, because the distilleries will have whiskey. You know, I was the Chichibu Whiskey Matsuri. There were a couple of new distillers there, and I was wandering around, and they said, please try our whiskey, we're releasing it next year. And there's these guys have a lot of these, you know, we saw even from Ichiro Ikuto back in the day for Chichibu, they had the newborn whiskies. There's this putting things out, showing that, you know, the path. And I saw enough of those this time when I was over that was like, right, okay, we have some new things coming down the line. What do you see the future of Japanese whiskey being? You know, if I sort of jump on each of you, sort of like to come up with some sort of things that you sort of see coming down the line, maybe for the future. Do you see a big and crowded market? Do you see anybody ever sort of pushing Suntory and Nikka to join them as like other people in that sort of the pantheon of the largest distillers? Do you see a huge sort of craft market? Well, what do you see, and actually locally in Japan more than anything else, I would say? Everybody's got any thoughts?
Yeah, so I guess I'll go first. You know, Stefan, myself, you know, Mac, we like to throw around this number, 120 distilleries, but the reality is that it's 100 really tiny distilleries. So the sort of issue there is that, unfortunately, most consumers worldwide are never going to have an opportunity to try the wide variety of Japanese whiskey that there is. Yeah. So I think that the future, what we're gonna see is more of a expansion in terms of capacity. I mean, these distillers, a lot of them, yeah, they make a big deal about using local water from Mount Fuji or whatever, but they're only producing whatever 700,000 LPA. So unfortunately, that's not going to supply the entirety of the world with enough Japanese whiskey. So I think in the future, you're going to see maybe foreign, acquisitions of something, or you're going to see a lot of money come from overseas to actually build distilleries at a worldwide scale.
So when it comes to the numbers wise, I think I actually even started it when I was in your bar, Maya, because you kept on telling me names of new whiskey distilleries which weren't on my list. So I just started a map. I think my map is now up to 36. On the Whisky Exchange's website, back in 2014, we published something which said there are 14 distilleries in Japan. There might be 16 by next year. Yeah. And I've got 36 just of ones that people could just reel off the top of their head when I was visiting. And so, yeah, it is, as you say, it's similar, I think, to we've seen in other sort of countries with craft distillery sort of culture, which is a weird thing because Japan has this really long history as well. You know, we have these big names that people know around the world, but you're now having the second and third waves of these really tiny distillers, which is slightly annoying for us because, like with many of the American distillers, they barely get out the town they're in, let alone the state, let alone over to the UK. Yeah. But it is a great thing, I think, for sort of local culture because you get so many more interesting little bits and pieces. But outside of that, any more thoughts on what we see in the future?
To that point, I think because there are so many small craft distilleries, I think whiskey tourism will be important. So people who are whiskey, geeks or whiskey, fans who want to come and visit the distilleries. So being able to accept foreign tourists, like being able to handle having information, how to access the distillery. Is it accessible? Can you get a tour? Can you get a tasting? Is there a shop? Having that kind of, visitor center that is so common in other distilleries around the world, which is really not necessarily the case in many distilleries here. But if there's a need for that, I think if people are wanting to be interested, even if they can't buy it, if they want to see it, I think, and being able to have that opportunity for whiskey fans around the world will be important for future up and coming distilleries. I think that will make a difference between getting your name out and being able to have people come to visit your distillery. And then if you're a shochu distillery like you are here in Kagoshima, then having that as a backdoor entry into getting fans of your original spirit, your parent company, your shochu, and things like that. I think that's a reason for many of the companies that got into whiskey is that they want people to learn about the other spirit that they're making. So I think you need to have people be able to come visit you and learn about you.
And one of the challenges I think that they will have to solve kind of in Japan is that at the moment, all craft distilleries, or almost all of them, they see themselves in the premium segment of the market. So just by virtue of being a Japanese distillery, a Japanese craft distillery. And so everything's expensive and everyone believes that they're the best of the best. Which is great, of course. I applaud that sort of self-confidence. I want everyone to succeed and make great whiskey, but we know that's just not going to be the reality going down the line. And so we're at this point now where for a 3-4-year-old single cask Japanese whiskey made by a Japanese whiskey distillery, you have to pay something like £150. And remember, that's with a great exchange rate, right? To us, that feels like more money. So what are we going to have to pay for, say, a 7 or an 8 or a 10-year-old single cask in the future? Or forget about a single cask bottlings, just like, let's say limited edition releases, because by definition, they're all limited edition releases. Even the craft distillers that have a so-called core range, it's still not that easy to get hold of. So with that sort of philosophy, I think eventually there's going to have to be, winners and losers, because not everyone can be at the top of Mount Olympus. That's just not the way that the market works. Not that I know much about the market. I'm never having sold whiskey in my life, but I think that's a sort of challenge. And I see efforts to get away from that. So, for example, Sakurao, a brewing and distilling, they have a core range available in Japan of blended whiskeys, which are entirely made in-house now. They weren't in the past. They're Togouchi range. And so they have, I think, 3 or 4. I think there's one with a sake cask finish. There's one with a beer finish. There's one with a peated cask finish or that's peated. And these are priced in the domestic market at about £20 for a bottle. which is very cheap for a 100% Japanese whiskey. They make their own malt whiskey, they make their own grain whiskey. They make the grain whiskey batch style, so it's not that it's cheap either. But they're sort of the proverbial exception. But everyone else is like, oh yeah, well, we're the best of the best. We can afford to charge £150 for our product. So that's something that they will have to look at, I think, going forward. I don't know if anyone disagrees with that, but yeah.
As somebody who ends up trying to buy that sort of thing over here, where it's even more expensive, yes, please, if we could not do that all the time, that'd be fantastic. So, and that's one of the things I've been really intrigued to hear about. Some of the newer distilleries who've got a bit of foreign investment behind them, specifically Kinosuke, who are trying to keep their prices down. At the moment, we're only getting limited editions.
Liam's been drinking it cheekily off on screen, and no one's mentioned it. But I saw the bottle earlier.
No, I'm drinking it on.
The bottle was cheeky.
We've just got the 2023 limited edition in. We have the 2022, and weirdly, as I mentioned, talking to Mac, there's a bar around the corner from here, which really should not have a bottle of the 2021 Kinosuke, but did, and we don't understand why, and also don't understand how they sold it quite so cheap. But we drank all of it, and as I said, it probably fell off the back of a truck. But we're not going to complain about it. But when we sort of keep an eye out for these things, but there's folks like Kinosuke for the Hyoki, I think they're trying to keep the price down when they do their export. And no.
I think they just came out with their double, their in-house blended, and the market retail of the Japanese yen is 14,000 yen, so $100 US.
If you look at the three, if you look at the single malt, and then if you look at the single grain Hyoki, and then if you look at the double distilleries, the Hyoki's in the middle actually. So it's actually priced higher than their single malt.
Yes.
Yeah, but scarily from the UK side, that's still trying to keep the price down. That's the scary thing. Well, we're selling the bottles for over £100 for the single malts. The fact that something might come in under £100 when it gets here for something which is quite nice is a good thing. I'm very pleased to hear they got that double the in-house blend out. I got to try that when I was visiting, and it was really interesting. Yeah. So, and again, it's nice to see those sort of things. But anyway, so before we sort of wrap up, is there anything that we should be keeping an eye out for? Is there something that's on your radar that may not be sort of like something that we've seen yet? Is there something that
may make it over here?
Hopefully, if it makes it, if it made it over here, that'd be even better.
Yes.
But just something which something that we should be keeping an eye out for in the near future, outside of the Hyoki, because I've already said that one because I really want that. So.
I don't know if you get Yuza single malt in the UK. Do you have do you get that from Yuza Distillery in Yamagata?
No, sorry. Dawn's hiding in the doorway, and she's the buyer, so she knows everything we get. And I got a no, not yet. Yeah, not yet. Maybe soon. So they've been releasing 2 editions every year. Obviously, they're young, 3-4 years old. That's the stock they have at the moment. But I find them very high quality, and they've not released any single cask bottlings. They've not released any like works in progress and things like that. They've just focused on creating like very interesting, like small batch vattings, which essentially those releases are. But to me, they're excellent in terms of flavor, and you can feel that they're working hard to come up with vattings that are individual, that so that when you get the next one, you've got a different approach, and then the third one you've got yet another one, and so on. So for me, I think that's something that's relatively easy to get in Japan, and probably maybe going forward in the future, I'm sure in the UK and Europe as well. Note taken. So okay. Dear. I say, Liam, anything that jumps out at you is something we should be keeping an eye out for?
I'd say, Maya, this is close to you. There's a distillery called Ontake in Kagoshima.
He stole it. He stole my rude.
Remember, I mentioned that I was in a bar.
It's a really famous shochu company. It's a really famous shochu company, but it's not just a standard shochu company. It's famous because the company of the president is extremely specific about how they make any kind of alcohol at all, and so he's taken that philosophy over into whiskey. So the the whiskey distillery is the most beautiful distillery I've ever been to in my life. It's at the top of a mountain, overlooking the bay, volcano. But anyway, they just did their first single malt release earlier this year, so that might make it to your guys' way over in the UK.
Okay.
So I tried that when I was in Kagoshima, and the phrase "I'm on it" was just used from the corner. But I tried that. That was literally I was having a chat with the folk in the shochu bar, and he just went, "Oh, this just turned up as well. Here we go." Wow. He wouldn't open it for me, but in Bar Aloha up in Tokyo, the first thing anybody said was, "Have you tried this?" And yeah, it's that seeing those things popping up, which actually might get over here, is amazing. Sorry, Maya, you had your distillery stolen.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, because Ontake by Nishi Shuzo, they're one of their most famous shochu is a sherry, but aged shochu, sweet potato shochu. So they have a long experience with aging in sherry on casks, and so their first release is 100% sherry cask, and so it's quite young still. I think it was only 3.5 years. But once it gets some more years under it, I think it'll be a much more interesting kind of release. So the Kagoshima distilleries, I think there's very high expectations for all of them because they have years of experience with aging, with distilling, with blending as well. So there are a few more with still things hanging out in the warehouses, but we'll see what happens.
I think we're probably going to see all three pretty much soon. Dawn's furiously taking down all of those suggestions to keep an eye out on.
I've got all the bottles over there in the back of my living room.
Okay, send the photos through. Thank you very much, Stefan, Maya, and Liam, for talking us through Japanese whiskey. It's not nap time yet.
I've already had my nap. I'm fine. I'm on to second win.
I'm waiting for my second win. So up next is cocktail time, which is going to be fabulous. Yes, brilliant. Looking forward to that. Well, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, guys.
It's been
and
brilliant.
Hopefully speak to you all again soon.
Okay.
And, I apologize if I pestered you for things. So anyway, see you around.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Oh, dear. Right then, I'm going to get out the way, and I'm going to stand to one side.
be acceptable.
Will you have that receptacle?
I don't know if that's the right one. Hi. Hi. So probably the highlight of the 24 hours is about to take place. We don't have that much time. Dawn and I are going to make a whiskey-based cocktail. We're going to make a
Rob Roy.
Rob Roy.
Okay, and can I just preface this by the fact that Ortis and I have no idea how to make cocktails. So we printed off a recipe. It says 50 ml scotch, 25 ml red vermouth. Cocky de Torino is our vermouth of choice.
Excellent. Shall I open that?
Yeah, you can open that. Few dashes of bitters. We have a selection of bitters.
Let's go with original aromatic.
Oh, we're going with original aromatic from Bitter Truth. Cocktail cherries. Of course, we only have the best, Jack Rudy. And what scotch should we use?
Well, I mean, there's so much choice behind us.
What, should we go big? Or should we go like rye?
Well, no.
Why don't we do 1 and 1? 1 Scotch,
Yeah.
1 American, and we do a Rob Roy off.
A Rob. Well, is it still a Rob Roy if it uses rye whiskey?
Now you're asking. It's Rob Rye.
Yes.
Okay, but we could still use a rye.
Yeah.
But I could use a Scottish rye.
Oh, look at you.
Yes, I could.
Well,
okay.
I'm going to go.
Maybe I shouldn't have put that down. So
Right,
hard
I'm going to go
okay.
with...
You're going ice. We need ice. Okay. That's where the American is over there.
No, I'm going with Scotch.
Oh, well then
Yes.
should I go American?
Because it says, look, Scotch.
Okay. I was trying to be a bit more exciting. Okay, so this is why we cannot make cocktails. Because 1, neither of us have a clue what we're doing. And what am I meant to do? Okay, put in tumbler in the fridge to chill until cold. Oh, we haven't put the tumbler in the fridge and chill until it's cold.
Don't worry about it.
But that is a fundamental part of making cocktails. This is why I go to cocktail bars, because the glasses are always cold, and we have not done that tonight. Meanwhile, pour the whiskey, vermouth, and bitters into a mixing glass or jug. Ooh, a little Ardmore. That's an issue. Okay, now we're good. We're on it. Okay, measure. Now, my measure has no measurements on it, so I'm just going to guess.
You know what the measurements are.
Just as an FYI.
Where's my... Oh, hold on. Let me reach for this.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, now I don't have the measure to measure my other thing. Okay.
Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I found another one.
I'm at the ice putting in stage.
Okay, hold on. I've lost my... Why is this so heavy?
We know it shouldn't perhaps... Do you know what? Just do it. It's going
I know
in.
what I could do. I could chill my glass with an ice cube.
Yes, we saw John doing it earlier.
John did it earlier.
Yeah.
And we're learning. We're good at learning.
Good.
Okay, hold on. Now I've put the whiskey in.
That's enough in there, I think. Now.
25 ml red vermouth.
Here you go.
Vermouth. Cocky. See, this is why I'm not convinced. Maybe Rylaw is the best one for the cocky. I don't know, but let's see what happens. Okay, who knows.
All over my fingers. Right. That's
okay, and there. And okay, when they say a dash of bitters, I mean, what is a few dashes?
It is.
How
just
many
a dash.
dashes? No, it says a few.
Oh,
dashes.
a few dashes.
Okay.
I would do 3. How many did you do?
3.
Good.
Large
they were 3
dashes.
really generous ones, weren't they?
Okay, I'm ahead of you.
You are currently.
Okay, I'm booping. I'm stirring. Am I meant to stir?
Where's the lid gone?
Stir until the outside of the glass or jug feels very cold. It's not going to help that I'm using metal because that gets colder than glass quicker.
Yeah.
So do you know what? Someone told me that you had to like stir stuff like 30 times, but that might have been something else, and I might be making this up.
What do I know?
It doesn't look very much.
I need a stirrer.
Oh, here, you can have mine.
Oh, thank you. Oh, no, it's tainted. Let me rinse it.
Oh, rinse it. Man.
Good rinse.
Okay, can I go off piste already?
Why?
Because I kind of feel like I don't have enough cherry flavor, and I feel like I want to add a bit more, so I might stir that now. Or mush it a bit.
concerned. There's not going to be much. in there. What do you do? You mushed your cherry. Why?
I don't know. It sounded like a good idea at the time. Okay.
Stir until outside.
Oh, now I need a strainer thing. Where's the strainer thing?
Here's one.
Right. Oh, with my glass go. This is why I can never be a bartender.
Oh my goodness.
I
think you need
that's
ice
really
in there.
disappointing. That's not. Oh, then strain into the fill. Oh no, it meant to have ice in it.
Oh, orange peel.
Where's the orange peel?
It says twist a strip of orange peel over the drink to express the oils.
I've just told my. Oh, fuck's
Carnage. We told you. Oh no, this is what they do, isn't it? Look.
We need the orange. I'm now crying with laughter. Okay, that's it. Okay, I've got my orange. I'm not very good at this peeling stuff. Oh, that smells quite nice. Hold on. Normally they get the white bit off a little more. I've got a lot of white bit. Okay. Oh, that looks great. Can I put another cherry in?
I'm gonna express my oils.
I'm sure I'm not meant to be doing this with my hands either. Okay. I'm ready. Can I put a blue? I bought some blackberries.
Where's my?
I'm gonna taste it.
Where's that cherry gone?
Well, this is Billy emerging from behind the camera.
Oh, I don't hate that. It's a bit sweet.
Would you like some opinions?
Yes, please.
One, I do believe what you have been doing there, Dawn, is called fingering the cherries. I believe that's generally considered to be bad form outside of specific, quite niche clubs. Your use of the number of shakes of bitters seemed effective.
Oh,
okay.
That's good.
Your stirring technique, I feel you need to learn how to use a spoon. But
actually, Mitch taught me how to use a spoon, and potentially I may have forgotten.
Is it like this?
You've got to, you moved the.
There's some good swirling action there as you're going around as well. Some good work, rather than more like I'm stirring a pot full of soup.
Why is his so much lighter than mine?
Why look at
very, very different whiskies.
Very light whiskey.
Yeah, but really that much different.
Excellent oil expression on both your
I
parts.
have to say I'm very proud of my oil expression.
Just came out, didn't it?
There's definitely, as you said, the white bit. Yeah, there's definitely some pith action going on back here. So.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I'm quite proud of myself.
Oh, I hate mine.
What whiskey did you use in that? Okay, right. So we have two. That's an Ardmore in there. So we have a smoky one on that side.
Oh, I don't hate that either.
Okay. No. This one, the whiskey has not quite stood up to the cocky, which is a nice big, quite punchy flavour.
Yeah.
That one really has. That's got a nice integration, much more whiskey forward. If you like cocky, that's the one for you. If you prefer a bit of whiskey, that's one for you.
Oh,
what happens if we mix them together?
I've got to stand around with these guys for another couple of hours, so you know.
Yeah, we put them all both together and we make a perfect blend.
That is not the way the cocktails work. I'm sorry. At this juncture, I'm just sad.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Look at that. It's freaking beautiful.
Wonderful. This is your Rob Rye right here.
There we go.
That's it. Cheers. To us.
To us.
To us.
Cocktail connoisseurs.
Oh, that's the one.
By Jove.
Gosh.
Yes.
And we'll see you for the next session in a moment.